Bom dia. Buenos dias. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this final event. Thanks, first of all, for being here. I think it's very nice that we got so many registrations, actually over 100. Hopefully, everybody else will appear at some point. So I think that shows that there's a strong interest now on this topic of building certification, particularly after the new directive. So I think it's a good opportunity for sharing the knowledge and the insights we got into this project in this final event with you, and then also get your feedback and also the feedback from experts that we invited to this event. My name is Leandro Madrazo. I'm the professor at the School of Architecture La Salle here in Barcelona, and I'm the coordinator of this TIMEPAC project. So today marks the culmination of 3 years of work dedicated to envision the future of energy performance certification and to gain an understanding of how current EPC could develop into a more comprehensive and effective way of certifying the building stock, and also to transfer the knowledge we got into this project to the stakeholders, relevant stakeholders, into the field of building certification and retrofitting renovation. So during this day, we'll have the opportunity to share with you some of the results of the project, but also to discuss with our guest speakers, which we are very thankful to those who accepted our invitation to be here, and discuss with them also their view about the topics we have addressed in this project. So before I continue with the introduction, I would like to show you a reminder of the program. By the way, it's the QR is in the badge that you have. You can have the same information on your mobile phone. So basically, it's one intensive day program. As you can see, we have now the welcome, the introduction, and then we'll have the opening from Lluis Muret, head of energy efficiency at ICAEN. Then we'll have the keynote by Garcia Audi from the Directorate-General for Energy. We'll have then the coffee break after the intervention from Pau. Then we'll have the 3 roundtables. So we'll start with the first one at 11, 1 hour. Each roundtable. The second one. Then we'll have first roundtable will be on the topic of building renovation plans and passport. The second one will be on the topic enhanced energy performance certificate. Then we'll have the lunch. And then the third roundtable will be at 2 o'clock. It will be about improving building assessment with data integration. Then we'll have in the afternoon, together with this conference, we make an open call for researchers, for people who are working also in these topics to present their work. And we got 8 contributions here selected, and they are going to be here presented by the others in the session in the afternoon. The idea is to finish at 6 o'clock, around 6, and then have some final remarks. So hopefully, let's see how many survive this incredible, intense journey to be here at 6. Maybe we have a prize to those who arrive until 6. It's a very intensive session with a lot of interventions. So let's go with the first one. So I have prepared here a very short introduction, actually, to 3 years of work, as you can imagine. So there are references for you, those who are interested to look at the documents and the reports and everything we have produced in these 3 years. So this is only a very, very brief overview. So TIMEPAC is a cooperation and support action that in the language of the European research means that it's a project which is not aim to produce innovative tools or innovative prototypes or methods. It's more a project to coordinate research activities and policies that have to do with networking, with exchanges between partners from different profiles, with conferences like this one. This is what we are doing in a cooperation and support action. So together with TIMEPAC in the same period, of TIMEPAC, there have been other projects also concerned with certification, but from different points of view. And these projects have been running in parallel during this time, and TIMEPAC is one of them. So this has been a very good opportunity to exchange ideas during the process of developing the project. So it has been a very good initiative, this next generation energy performance certificates cluster, to see the issue of certification from multiple viewpoints and see also how the different research projects were addressing the same topic with different perspectives and with different and sometimes complementary results. TIMEPAC is a consortium of 14 partners from 7 European countries, Austria, Croatia, Cyprus, Germany, Italy, Slovenia, and Spain. And we have composition of the consortium is made of public agencies, like, for example, here ICAEN. We have also software developers, we have research groups, and we have also a communication agency, which is helping us in all the process of communication and dissemination. So about the concept of TIMEPAC, this diagram was part of the proposal we already did 4 or 5 years ago. This diagram was in the proposal and illustrated our vision of how we thought that certification would move from being one label, one stamp that is given to an object at a certain moment, into something that is more comprehensive, that is not only the object, the building, but is the building in the built environment with all the implications. And it's not something that is done one time, but something that is continuously changing. So that was the idea we had, the concept we had about how certification would evolve in the future. And I think this view, this philosophy of the certificate, I think it's very much aligned with the recent EPBD that was published in May this year. What we thought is that certificates should be an effective tool for the renovation of buildings. That means that renovation not only of the building itself, but renovation in the context of sustainable development. This is the other frame that we thought that would be important to modify, not only to see the building as an isolated object, but the building in the environment, and the building, the renovation particularly, as contribution to the improvement of the sustainable development. So this is a complete change of view from the original certificates from 2001, if I remember well. So it's a different kind of approach that goes most in the direction of thinking that buildings are, somebody's listening, that buildings are not only objects comparable to other products we buy, but there is something more complex and more integrated into the built environment. So the other key diagram that was in the proposal is this one here. And TIMEPAC, unlike other projects that I showed before, is focusing mainly on data. When we talk about certificates, it's mainly about data. So what we get in the certificate is data that is achieved in different ways, but basically what we have at the end is just a list of data. That's a certificate. What we thought, and the concept of TIMEPAC, is that we have to see certification regarding data as a continuous flow of data, continuously connected. Not only one time, one label, but something that is continuously evolving. And this circle that you see here have, as any other management systems, by the way, has 4 stages which are very important: generation, storage, analysis, and exploitation. In the case of certificates, generation means when we produce the certificate, when we store it in the databases, when we analyze these databases to see, understand how the building stock is, and then to apply services to improve that building stock. Each one of these 4 stages at the moment has different problems, different issues. The first one, generation, everybody knows that certificates had a very bad reputation in terms of quality, content. It's something that has to be improved, and the new directive goes in that direction. How to improve the certificates to make them really an effective, reliable tool in order to know the status of the building stock. So there's an issue there already to solve. The storage is not solved neither. I mean, there are some agencies, ICAEN is a good example, where they have EPC databases, they store the certificates, but it's not the case generally in all the regions or countries in Europe. Then even if you have the EPC database, there's also an issue of how do we extract information to achieve knowledge that help us to understand how is the building stock and where to intervene. This analysis of that data is also an issue. And finally, the exploitation of this knowledge that we get from the databases is also an open issue, because what kind of services, which companies are going to deliver new service in order to improve the building stock with the knowledge acquired from the analysis of this data? So all of the circle indeed has issues in each one of the 4 stages, but also in the connections between these 4 stages. If we have a good enhanced EPC, let's say that we solve that problem, then the issue is how to connect it to the database in order to store it in a way that can be then connected to the building stock observatory, for example. So there are open issues also regarding the connectivity of these 4 stages. So this is what, with this idea in mind, what we did in TIMEPAC was, first of all, to verify to which extent this flow of data is actually happening at the moment in the 6 participating countries. and where are the gaps and where are the issues that should be improved. So the first thing we did in the project in the first year was to analyze the existing certification processes and methods in the 6 countries. That was 1 year of work. And after that, we introduced, or we envision scenarios for future enhancement of the current situation. As I said at the beginning, this is a cooperation and support action. So we did not develop new tools, new methods. What we did was to think about future scenarios, not as predictions, but scenarios to generate knowledge. So this is a way to think the methodology of scenarios, just to think what would happen if we could now make an EPC with a BIM model. Now that's something that is not really a normal practice. So what would happen if we would do that? This is the kind of reflection we have done in the project, these future scenarios that we call transversal deployment scenarios. The word transversal is because we did it in all the countries at the same time. So we were collecting data from 6 countries, processing this data with common methodologies, and then getting the output. So we were working really targeting the European level. We are not making demo cases for each country, but targeting the transversality of the problem. So the 5 transversal deployment scenarios are here listed. And first one is the integration of BIM with EPCs. The second one is enhancing EPC with operational data, not only simulation. The third is about integrating the renovation passport with the databases, also for all the stages of the renovation. The fourth has to do with integrating EPCs with SRIs, smart readiness indicator. And the fifth is just to analyze the content of the EPC databases in order to develop large-scale renovation programs at the city level. So very briefly, now the results and what we did and how we did it. So after doing this analysis, what we did was the envisioning the future scenarios, the transversal deployment scenarios. With the results of those scenarios, what we did in 1 year of work, we went to the real world, to the stakeholders, and in workshops verified that what we achieved in these scenarios, what we were proposing, made sense for them. That was a verification, what we call verification scenarios. And finally, what we did, and this is the other second important pillar of TIMEPAC, to transfer this knowledge through the activities in the TIMEPAC Academy. So envisioning the future scenarios and transferring the knowledge to the Academy are the 2 major pillars of the project. And very briefly now, the 5 scenarios, and then if you're interested, you have all the deliverables, comprehensive ones on the website. The first one, our vision is that BIM could be integrated with EPC, not only for one moment, but also through the whole process of renovation. And we did that exercise. We created 30 BIM models from the 6 countries. We applied the existing certification tools. We identified the gaps and the needs, and then we created some guidelines in order to apply the current techniques into the certification with BIM. The second one has to do with enhancing the current schema with operational data, with data taken from the building itself, in order to create new indicators, and these are the indicators we added. The first one about the evaluation of energy efficiency measures, about indoor environmental quality, and about bugs impact into the performance of the building. That was our second scenario. The third one has to do with the new instrument that is in the directive, the Building Renovation Passport, how this could be integrated into the flow of data coming from the databases, in a way that the databases we have now for the certification would be also storing the process of renovation of the buildings. And that's what we exercise we did in this scenario. The fourth one had to do with being part of the test pilots of SRI that we were involved and seeing how they could be complemented and sometimes overlapping. From that experience, we created the TIMEPAC Code of Conduct for Smart Readiness and Sustainability Rating. It's another document, guidelines that are available on the website. And finally, the fifth one has to do with checking the quality of EPC databases. We did a checking quality control in the database of Regione Piemonte and also here in ICAEN to check the problems, the issues, the inconsistencies, the lack of data. And after doing this checking, what we did was to develop archetypes to apply simulation at the level of municipality in order to identify large-scale renovation programs. So all of this work is, as I said, is available on the website. There are in 2 forms. There are the reports, the deliverables, it sounds, which are sometimes very, very thick. And then to help you to read them, we have created a fact sheet, which is for each one of the 5 scenarios. We have a fact sheet. We have a fact sheet for each one of the scenarios that you can quickly read what I just now outlined. And finally, the training. The training was in the last part of the project. It was taken almost the third year. We created an environment, a learning environment. We called it TIMEPAC Academy. We deliver 6 online webinars, and the next one actually will be after the project is ending in November in Build Up. We also deliver 8 in-class training in the 6 countries. And we are pleased to know that we had over 900 participants in all of these training activities. And what we could realize is that there's really a need for this training. It's something that is not ending with TIMEPAC. It's really something that is going to be demand for the next years in parallel to the implementation of the new directive. So we believe that the experience of TIMEPAC has a long way ahead. Okay, so that was the introduction to TIMEPAC. And now I would like to give the word to Lluis Murer. Lluis Murer is the head of energy efficiency of ICAEN. And thank you again for your participation here.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome. Welcome to Catalonia, to the Catalan Institute for Energy, and to this amazing building from the Generalitat de Catalunya that we hope that you work a lot here today. I know some of you came from far away, so thank you for the efforts, and I'm sure you will worth it. Mostly because of the work today, but I hope you stay here the weekend as well. If you were running a marathon, this will be the finish line. So today we're in the final conference. So well done for the effort and congratulations for having arrived here. So enjoy and relax. No way, no kidding. Today, a lot of work. So just be ready for a lot of hours of working, even if you go to have supper at the end of the day. So start relaxing tomorrow, please. I would like to highlight 3 points today. First of all is what unfortunately unites most of us. It's the climate emergency. To mitigate this, we need to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions for each sector. And buildings, and as you already know, consume 40% of final energy consumptions and account for 36% of the greenhouse emissions in the European Union. For the reason, the Energy Performance Building Directive sets the target of decarbonization building stocks by 2050. 2050, zero emissions buildings for all the buildings, and for the new, beginning from the 2030. Easy to say, easy to write, and I guess very difficult to do. Not because of us, that I guess that all that we are here today are the motivated ones of the society, but society is very wide and the challenge is huge. And why is huge? Because 70% of the buildings are energy efficiency today already. And around 85% of the buildings in existence today will be still here in 2050. So we have to renovate a lot of buildings. We have a lot of work to do. And at least in Spain, in Catalonia, with the data that we have, our rate of renovation is currently very far from these goals. The national building renovation plans will guide us towards these milestones, and it will say us the job that we should do. It will help us because there is a lot of job and a lot of people must know all these goals that we should achieve. On this day, we are really lucky to have Pau Garcia. Thank you for coming. From the European Commission's Energy Directorate, that he will explain us the new development of the Energy Performance Building Directive. Talking about Catalonia and talking about us, the Catalan Institute for Energy, to achieve this climate neutrality, we have published the Catalonia's Energy Foresight, what we call the PROENCAT 2050. It's the roadmap that we will try and will help us to mitigate the climate energy here. See if we can achieve all what we know that must be done. This was my first point. My second point that I would like to highlight today is you, is all the researchers, all the research projects. ICAEN has been participating for years in these European research projects because that unites and enriches us with different points of view of actors in the sectors. It's a place where we can share and learn. So thanks to the work of participations of different actors, like in this project, private companies, administration, universities, research centers, all with different visions that bring us to improve our knowledge. So thank you, because together we go further, we do better, and this is the beauty of all these research projects. And my last point, the third one we like to highlight, that is the project, the TIMEPAC, that already Leandro has explained you. And Catalan Institute for Energy is one of the partners. And in the project, we have contributed with our experience in the register of the energy performance certificates for building. We are proud of it. We still have a lot of things to do. We know we could do better, but we are working hard with all the people that we can do. In this project, we have been thinking about what the future of energy performance certificates might look like. We have explored how BIM technology can help us relate to the tools proposed by the Energy Performance of Building Directive itself. The Energy Performance Certificate, Building Renovation Passport, the Smart Readiness Indicator, and Sustainability Indicators. The relationship between the project and the stakeholders in the sector has been continuous. Since the project, energy simulation of real buildings have been carried out, and the results have been comparing workshops with the stakeholders. As Leandro have said, we have shared our knowledge with the TIMEPAC Academy, where we have conducted face-to-face and online training, and we hope that you consult them and use them. Finally, we hope that the learning will continue on this day and that you will enjoy both the roundtables and the 10 projects that will be represented in the afternoon, presenting different points of view of the Energy Performance Certificate and the Building Renovation Passport. We believe that a fundamental part of achieving the decarbonization of the building stock and managing to reverse the climate emergency situation is the training of the agents, which will help to inform more and better the citizens. That is the key for the renovation that we must do in the following years. I hope you enjoy the day, find it enriching, and that's all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Lluis. Now it's my pleasure to introduce briefly Pau Garcia Audi. Thank you also for coming here. Pau Garcia is a policy officer in the Directorate-General for Energy from the European Commission. And he's very much involved, actually, in the famous performance directive. So I think he's the right person to explain the insights and the objectives and the methodology and the content of the directive. Pau is team leader on funding national renovation policies in the European Commission and also international cooperation. And floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Hola, bon dia a tothom. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to switch to English because if I speak in Catalan, I come from the countryside and not many people will understand me. So, well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to be here today. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I heard a lot about these projects before coming here, so it'll be very interesting to see what you have produced. So in terms of the policy context, I have to thank Lluis because he has given me already a very good introduction on why are we tackling buildings and why we need to deal with them. So I can basically concentrate on the matters at stake, which is the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, and I will try to concentrate on those articles that I think are most relevant for today. I'm going to start by confusing things a little bit, but bear with me for a moment. So we talk a lot about the EPBD, but actually the EPBD is part of a legislative framework. In the area of buildings, we have multiple pieces of legislation that touch them in one way or another. The most important, I would say, is the EPBD, because it's the one that affects buildings the most. But let's not forget also that we have things in the Energy Efficiency Directive, like obligations for public buildings or skills. We also have the Renewable Energy Directive, which sets criteria for minimal levels of renewable energies in buildings. And it also helps establish renewable energy communities. We also have the EU Green Taxonomy, which sets and identifies what is a sustainable building, and that's very important for the financial sector. We also have a lot of product legislation, so anything that we put in a building in terms of heating devices, in terms of ventilation, in terms of motors, has to comply with eco-design and energy labeling legislation. So it's also very, very important for buildings. And then on the other side, we also have things like money. So there is a lot of money that comes from EU. At the moment is about 100 billion euros in investment up until 2028. And that comes from European regional development funds, cohesion funds, the recovery and resilience funds, and now the new one that is coming soon is the social climate fund. Apart from that, we also have things external to legislation. And that's the mandate 480, which ended up providing the ISO standards for energy performance of buildings calculations. And we have something similar as well that helps us calculate the embedded energy. So please bear in mind, the EPBD doesn't stand alone. It's part of an overall framework. And the same way that the EPBD is an overall framework and is not alone, the EPBD is not alone in helping us achieve the targets by 2050. Sorry, by 2030 and by 2050. As Lluis indicated, buildings are the biggest contributors to energy consumption and to CO2 emissions in Europe. Unless we do something in buildings, there is absolutely no way we will get to our objectives in 2030 or 2050. And that's what the Fit for 55 package tried to tackle. So it didn't tackle just buildings, it tackled other things. And there were a number of pieces of legislations that were addressed during this period. Of course, the EPBD is one of them. And what we think the EPBD does, it doesn't just set rules and obligations for buildings, but it also delivers what we call the effective delivery mechanism for the building sector. It also facilitates achieving all those objectives. And we're talking here about objectives for the medium term, so the 2030 55% reduction of CO2 emissions, but we're also talking about the objectives by 2050, which is a decarbonized Europe. And in order to achieve a decarbonized Europe, we need a decarbonized building stock. So that's where we that's the framework. That's where we sit. Then in the EPBD, there are multiple focus areas. Today, I'm going to concentrate mainly on energy performance certificates and renovation passports. But I think it's also relevant to touch on the calculation methodology, because that is something that also affects indirectly to calculation, to the energy performance and renovation passports. And I think it's also something that Leandro touched upon earlier on. And I would also touch very, very briefly on EPC digitalization and smart readiness indicator. But please bear in mind that all of these actually affects everything else. So, for example, the energy performance certificates are going to be very important to gather information about the national building renovation plans, how to tackle the minimum energy performance. They also influence and are influenced by the zero emission buildings. They are also touch on how we start considering the whole life cycle of buildings, etc., etc. So, what we are discussing today, bear in mind, affects pretty much everything else in the directive. And let's start with the EPC. First and foremost, the EPC was an information tool. The aim of the EPC was that if somebody is going to buy or rent a building, they can have an idea of what is the energy performance of that building. And then they can make an informed decision on whether it's worth buying that or renting that building or not. That's how it started. And then it took a life on its own. The problem of the EPC is that it's actually a very useful document. And for that, we have started to use it for a lot of things that it was not initially designed to do. But it's been working. We have some issues with it, but it's been working. And considering this very central role of the EPC, because as I mentioned, we now use it pretty much for everything, and it's going to have an even bigger role as, for example, we start introducing the minimum energy performance standard, so the obligations to renovate non-residential buildings. So the worst performing non-residential buildings, they will need to be refurbished by 2030 and 2033. So the EPC will play a key role on demonstrating that those buildings are actually in line with these requirements. So it was very necessary to reinforce the role of the EPC, and for that we introduced a number of measures. The first one of them was a requirement that from now on all EPCs have energy performance classes from A to G. This is not the case at the moment. At the moment, we have member states that go anywhere from A to G. Some of them do that. Other ones will go from A++ to G. Other ones will go from A++ to J. And there is one that goes from A+++++ to H, I think it is. So as you can see, there is a big variety. Some people argue that it's not necessary for EPCs to be harmonized. There is a degree of truth in that. It's true. Buildings don't move. So why is it necessary to compare a building from Spain with a building from Sweden? But to that, we have the argument that buildings don't travel, but money does. And the biggest or one of the biggest challenges we have now is how to mobilize the private finance sector. And that's mainly things like pension schemes. They are the ones that are deciding when to invest the money. And they want to know which buildings they should invest on. If somebody wants to buy a building and ask for a credit, how do I make sure that that building is a good building? Well, if I tell investors, well, it depends. If you go to this country and it's a B, but if you go to this other country, it's going to be an A+++, they don't like that. That doesn't give them confidence. And the worst thing you can do to a banker is give them a perception of risk. So yes, the absolute value of what is an A in terms of kilowatt hours per square meter, that's going to change from member state to member state. But at least it is very clear from now on that an A is the best of the best in every country. We also use a common indicator in kilowatt hours per square meter. We introduce a common template with key indicators that are very much related to things like the EU Green Taxonomy, and they've been discussed, for example, with finance institutions because we want them to use the EPC as much as possible. We also introduce a new common visual identity that's particularly necessary in order to make sure that advertisement, for example, is consistent and that everybody can understand what the EPC means. We extend the scope of recommendations to improve the building, and we also introduce more trigger points. So, for example, now if you renovate your contract, then you will also the building owner will be required to show you an EPC for that building. Then we move into quality, and here Leandro mentioned before that we have issues with the quality of EPCs. I would say that we had a lot of issues back at the beginning of EPCs. I think we've been getting a lot better with them. We still have some questions mark, though. If you ask me what's the level of quality of EPCs across the EU, I don't know. And my job is to know about it. One of my jobs in the European Commission is to take care of EPCs. And I don't know. I actually know for one country, which is Denmark. I'm hoping that by the end of the day, and I'm looking at the front row, I will know at least about one country and two regions, which is more than what I know right now. So with these, the EPBD provides a number of elements. The first one is a very clear objective. 90% of the EPCs needs to be valid. We base this on a sampling on a sample of the EPC databases over an evaluation period. The process is quite simple. We have the EPCs. We take a sample. Is the sample okay? Fine. We can go on holidays. Is the sample not okay? Okay. We need to put an action plan in place. I mentioned before, I don't know much about the EPCs. I actually have heard rumors about the level of quality of EPCs, and I think we are going to be more on the action plan side of the graph. Important to take into consideration here, the sampling is not the solution. That will just inform us of what the quality level is. In fact, we need to put what I would like to call an overall quality framework, starting with the training of the assessors, following with quality control and verification beyond the sampling, and then embed controls, for example, in the calculation methodology, and if necessary, finish with enforcement and penalties. That should be really the last step. Ideally, we should never get to that point. Then additional measures introduced in the EPC. One of them is the requirement for EPC databases. At the moment, there are EPC databases in many member states, but as Leandro mentioned, that's not the case everywhere. In fact, it's not the case in many places. So we need to have these EPC databases. Those EPC databases that will also make the EPC more readily available to buyers and tenants, and also to financial institutions, for example. And then, last but not least, in order to support the credibility of EPCs, is not just necessary to measure and improve the quality of EPCs, but also communicate what's the level of these EPCs. I mentioned before, there is only one country I know about the quality level. And that's one of the problems we have. The perception of quality of EPCs is a little bit stuck on what it was in 2006, 2008. So there is a requirement to produce reports on what's the quality level of EPCs, and they will have to report on what's the definitions, what are the quality objectives, and what measures are member states taking in order to improve them. Then, now on the building renovation passport, which is the second topic for today. This is a brand new article. And we consider it part of the enabling framework. It's going to let people help them renovate the buildings, particularly when they want to do this on a step-by-step basis. It's got a legal structure which is based on Article 12. Those are the key principles, and then on Annex 8, which provides additional information and requirements. So what is it? First of all, it's a national framework, so member states have to put a national framework for building renovation passports in place, but the renovation passport itself is not compulsory for users. It's up to member states to decide how and in which conditions they want to use the building renovation passport. They could, if they wanted, make it compulsory. That's completely up to member states. There are some conditions, though, when it comes to the building renovation passport. The first one of them is that it needs to be affordable. That was quite critical, particularly for the Parliament, because we have a critical situation in terms of energy poverty. Approximately 32 million Europeans live in a situation of energy poverty at the moment. It's 10 to 12% of the population. And in some countries, it's close to 50%. So it's quite a dramatic situation in some cases. So other conditions, the renovation passport can be issued together with EPC, but it cannot substitute it. And it needs to be issued by a qualified or certified expert. More on this, it needs to be issued following an on-site visit. This is different from the EPC. The EPC can be issued following what we call a virtual visit. The building renovation passport, no, it has to be an on-site visit because we think it's very important to ensure that the expert goes on site and really evaluates the building. Other elements to it are particularly related to how the building passport is supposed to be used. So, for example, it needs to be issued on a digital format, but a lot of the times it needs to be also available on a physical format. We want, for example, that the building renovation passport, if possible, comes with a discussion with the experts to really explain what is the building renovation passport, what are the steps that it's describing, etc., because it can be quite a complex and technical issue, and not everybody is necessarily aware of these technical issues. Member states, they also need to provide the tools in order to calculate the building renovation passport. So they should provide dedicated digital tools to issue it. They could also consider developing simulation tools. And last but not least, the building renovation passport, member states have an obligation to make sure that it can be uploaded on the national databases for energy performance of buildings. Then we move, last but not least, to the calculation methodology. I mentioned at the beginning about the central role of the EPC. The calculation methodology, I think it has an even bigger role. It affects and it covers absolutely everything we do about the energy performance of the buildings directive. So a few things that we have changed in the calculation methodology. First one is it has a much bigger emphasis on the environmental quality and the operational energy use of the buildings. The second one, and that's going to be one of the topics for discussion today, is how we use metered energy and how do we consider the behavior of the users, because that has a massive impact on the performance of the building. Then there are a number of technical provisions. So, for example, we ask member states to make sure that the calculation methodology is based on monthly, hourly, or sub-hourly calculations. Some member states still use yearly calculations. Then more technical issues. There are primary energy factors, which we need to make sure that we can consider over a duration or a time period, sorry. We improve the links with eco-design and energy labeling. I mentioned before, any product that we put on buildings usually is related and has obligations in terms of eco-design. So we need to make sure that the two legislations can work together. We need to provide greater visibility to energy storage because it's becoming more and more important, especially now that we are starting to charge cars in buildings. And then we also have a lot to do with the national calculation methodologies and the EPB standards. I will say, though, that's mainly between member states and the Commission. That's really how, from the Commission, we will now be able to better understand how member states are calculating things in their territories. and see the differences between them, because at the moment that's very difficult to understand. So just very quickly, some other relevant provisions in the EPBD that I think also touch on today's discussions. The first one of them is improve health and comfort. The EPBD now puts a lot of visibility and a lot of focus on the indoor environmental quality of buildings. Energy performance is completely subject to make sure that we achieve these indoor environmental quality aspects. Then, and that's a really complicated one that I'm going to gloss over, we are revising the cost optimality and the minimum energy performance requirements. Why it matters, how many of you here design buildings or produce design for buildings? Okay, it really matters to you. Because when member states set the minimum energy performance requirements, so when a member state says you have to put this U value, this much insulation, when you have to have this much energy performance of your building, everything is calculated through the cost optimal methodology. So it really matters to you. It matters to a lot more people outside, I hope. And then we also introduce a number of requirements on building automation and control systems because of the need to make sure that the building responds to the actual operational conditions of the users, not what's on the design stage. It matters a lot. Almost at the end, then we also introduce the energy performance databases, very, very important for us. Well, we think that for everybody, they facilitate access to information to building users, public authorities, financial institutions, and the European Commission as well, because we really want to know what's going on. And that's why we're asking, for example, to link these energy performance databases into the European Building Stock Observatory. And then we also have the smart readiness indicator that is very much linked into the EPC. And in many cases, what we're seeing is there's a lot of information overlap between the two of them. Information both on how to calculate the SRI or the EPC, but also on the information that they can provide. So at the moment, we're running a test phase on this across most member states. So where we are now. The transposition deadline, so the EPBD was adopted in April, I think it was, and it was finally published on the 20th of May 2024, which means that it has a transposition deadline by 2026. Rui here on the front row, he's one of the people working on this transposition, and I know it's very, very tight for him. So it's going to be a challenge to get this transposition deadline done. So what we're doing from the part of the Commission is we are preparing a number of guidance documents that shows how we think the EPBD should be transposed. We're providing best practice cases. We're providing examples of how things we could do, and we are clarifying some of the legal terms, etc., etc. We are working with these with member states at the moment. We are holding a number of meetings with them, and we are hoping to have them published by spring next year. The key aspect, though, is the communication that we're having now is not so much the final document. Why I mention this is because this is the moment where I stop talking, but I start listening. We feed a lot of the information going into this guidance and a lot of the information that goes into designing a directive like the EPBD on European projects like this one. So what you're going to discuss today about the future role of EPCs, how to make EPCs better, how to take things into consideration, how to use meter data or building information modeling, etc., etc. That's going to be very, very relevant for us to design the guidance. So I'm really looking forward to the discussions and see what comes out of it. Thank you very much.
Questions from the
if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Now we're on the coffee break.
Yes. Thank you very much for your talk. My name is Thomas Bettina from University of Technology Vienna, and we are following since the last 20 years the development in Austria, Europe, and also in the SEN TC 371. And I really like that you showed up member states should go for the new calculations, and the mandate 480 was finished. Actually, from my personal point of view, it's not finished because there is no open source code. There is no validation exercises where you can test the calculation methods, especially in the different member states. So what's the timeline to come up with a lot of validation cases in a real open data model, and to come up with the open source code? Is there any idea?
Yeah, there are some ideas about that. The mandate for AT, it's up for renewal at the moment, meaning ISO has said that they need to revise some of the documents, which I think it's fair. I mean, they issued them 10 years ago. Now they've been rolling for a number of years. They need to update them. There's also discussion about the engine for a common EU calculation tool, sort of thing. The biggest problem with that is money. It costs a lot of money to develop something like this. And in order to do that, we need a body of member states that are willing to use an engine tool like that one. It's like that. I mean, the EPBD is a directive, it's not a regulation, meaning that member states have flexibility. That's the design of the legislative framework. So we cannot force member states to use an engine tool, and of course, we are not going to finance an engine that member states are not going to use. So the two sides need to come together and say, like, okay, we need to know how many member states are interested on doing this. What would be the timeline? We know that developing an engine like this would easily take 2 to 3 or 4 years, even. And it depends on your country. It could take 2 to 3 years, but then once you have the engine, you have to adapt it to the national calculation. Because yes, the engine is a powerful tool, but the calculation methodology in every single member state is a little bit different.
And especially the setup of all the test cases.
Yeah.
So because you need a real open data model for the holistic team. If you're talking to the designers, the cost optimum level is not only determined by the energy performance, but by all the other aspects during the design phase.
I agree.
But I'm wondering, 10 million euros is a problem for Europe?
Yes, if you have to pay for it.
But actually, I think it's not cost optimal not to have such an environment.
Yes, but we go back to the fact that it's a directive. So we need the member states to be behind it. If member states are not behind it, and I'm sorry, it's very easy for me to blame the member states. And I'm not doing it just to blame the member states and say, like, oh, it's not my problem, it's the member states. No, I need the member states to come together and tell me, like, yes, we want this. Because without them,
I think I can talk for Austria. Austria would like to have an open source code, and I think Austria is ready for that. Yeah.
My problem with that is I have a lot of experts from a lot of member states that tell me, yes, we would really want a calculation engine, but I need the member state at the table to tell me. Tell the Commission. So we need the representatives of the member states.
Perhaps you should show them how it looks like. Then it might help, because even an airport has more profit per year. I think 10 times more profit per year than it takes. How many airports are in Europe?
I don't know. But it's the good thing about it is that I think because we just revised the EPBD, there is more talk about a calculation engine than there used to be 2 years ago. Like 2 years ago, it was a very quiet subject. Now it's picking up speed. The problem is that, is it picking up enough speed?
No, I think it's, if you show the timeline, and we discussed it in Austria, we could have started 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering who is really the barrier to go towards that, because the universities are ready. We have a lot of solutions already in research, and the problem is, I think it's also, we also talk about digital sovereignty. Because if you go to a software company, please provide me with a code, it will cost more than 10 million euros.
Yeah. But
the question is it sustainable at the end from a digital point of view? Yeah.
There are two options. It could either be designed from an EU perspective, meaning member states coming together with the European Commission, and then somehow we come up with a budget and we put everything in place, or it can also come from the industry, where the industry gets together, pays for it, and then they try to put this to sell it to member states. I know that particularly member states, small member states, are very interested in something like this because they don't want to have to keep updating the systems. They much rather use something that it's already there. But at some point, people need to get together.
I don't want to make it too long discussion before the coffee break now.
We can continue in the coffee break.
I think we are in a good situation here in the team that I think we could come up with a new solution after this day.
Thank you for your nice presentation. I would like to highlight two critical points and to know your opinion about that in the implementation and in the assessment. One is that typically the energy performance is based on primary energy, but primary energy factors are defined at a national level. So there is the risk in cross-country comparison that we have completely different results depending on different choices. The second question is about cost optimality. The result strongly depends also on the prediction of energy cost and cost of different interventions. And so there are very significant uncertainties that make the whole process a little bit stochastic and not so much certain. So I would appreciate your opinion on those 2 points.
So on the primary energy factors, we go back to the fact that it's a directive and not a regulation. Sorry, I keep saying that, but that is it's the rules it's the rules of the game. That's it's a directive, which means that member states have to have a lot of flexibility to adapt it to their national situation, because at the end of the day, the building industry and the building sector in every single member state is very, very different from the building sector in a different member state. Not just the types of buildings or how we construct them, but also like the contractual models, for example. So there needs to be flexibility. The primary energy factors is one of those areas, and there member states need flexibility on the one hand side to represent what's the situation in their actual member state. So it's very different, the situation. And I don't like comparing countries now, but it's very different, the situation in a member state that still uses a lot of coal for electricity generation than other member states where they largely depend on renewables. The primary energy factors are completely different. And I'm not naming member states here. At the same time, it's also a little bit unfair for the member state that has a lot of coal because they have objectives to phase out this coal in their electricity grid. And if we design a building today, and I use only the primary energy factor that is in place now, I'm somehow condemning this design for the next 20 years. I'm fixing it in place. So member states also need a bit of flexibility in order to make sure that, okay, when we design a building, they can use a primary energy factor that is not reflective of just what's in place now, but how is the primary energy factor going to evolve over time? So that's why there is a lot of flexibility in this place. Some member states, for example, they want to put a lot of the focus on district heating systems, and they need, if they use the factors that are in place now, nobody's going to use district heating systems because their primary energy factor right now is not very good or is not as good compared to other technologies. So they need to show that the district heating systems are going to be better over time. So that's why there's so many different primary energy factors. And that's why it's okay to have those differences. Now on the cost optimal methodology, and I did say it was important. So indeed, the cost optimal methodology it uses several metrics to calculate what's the cost optimal. So basically, for those of you that don't know about the cost optimal methodology, member states have to calculate. They have to put in place minimum energy performance requirements. That's the U value, the insulation, the performance of the systems, etc. And they do this based on the cost optimal methodology. And what the methodology does is it takes a number of test cases and examples, and it plots them. It puts a number of measures on each one of them, and basically tries to come up with a curve that shows what's the ratio of investment to the energy performance. And for example, you can put a lot of energy efficiency measures in a building, and that's going to cost you a lot of money. Or on the other hand, you don't put any measures in place, but then your building is going to use a lot of energy over time. So there's a sweet spot in the middle where it's cost optimal, where the measures are balanced with the savings over time. So that's what it tries to do. And in order to do that, it takes into consideration price evolution. When member states put in place the cost optimal reports, one of the things they have to do is they have to calculate multiple cost scenarios. So they have to calculate, for example, what happens if energy increases by 1.5%, by 3%, by 5%, etc. They have to do the same, for example, for carbon. And they have to do the same also for other key indicators. So that they take all of these elements into consideration and they come up with lots of graphs and tables. But that's what helps them decide, okay, this is why I'm putting the minimum energy performance requirements, for example, at 80 kilowatt hours per square meter, because that's where I think the sweet spot is. So they take all of that into consideration. I will say this, though, nobody predicted the energy spike that we had in 2021. So the models can be very useful, but they're also models. We need to be able to adapt. And that's why actually we have to repeat the cost optimals every 5 years. Rui on the front row knows about it because he has to prepare them.
Yeah, I have a question. You mentioned that a lot of emphasis has been put on health issues, and I wanted to know if it's basically focused on indoor air quality, or there are other parameters that may become more important now that as we move more into electrification, like dirty electricity or even static electricity, these things that are also linked to ill building syndromes and stuff like that.
So this is an area that we're still defining. Perhaps just to be very, very clear, the EPBD doesn't ask member states to set health and comfort conditions. It cannot do that. It's a bit of a strange way, of a strange solution, because the EPBD is not a health directive. That's still fully in the control of member states. What we do instead is we say, okay, we need to set up the energy performance of a building. And in order to do that, I need to know what are the health conditions that I need to comply with. And that's moving a little bit from the current situations where a lot of member states define indoor air quality in terms of, for example, air movement. So it moves more towards defining what are the conditions that I have to maintain in terms of, for example, indoor air quality, CO2 parts per million, volatile organic compounds, etc. In principle, it really concentrates on indoor air quality. That doesn't mean that that it cannot go beyond. Member states can go beyond and define, for example, about static electricity if they want to, or things like daylighting or noise, which also have a huge impact on health and well-being. But it really starts from the element of indoor air quality, because and it stays within the building. It doesn't define outdoor conditions. We cannot do that. We have to remain within the confines of the building.
As a remark on the question on cost optimality, for me, this talk about cost optimality actually is a little bit disturbing, and because it's actually more risk management, I think we are doing. We have probabilities for future scenarios in the climate. We have probabilities for the costs depending on the future climate. And actually, it's more a risk management, especially if we go for renovating buildings like this one. If you can choose between outside insulations, inside insulations, there are also risks. So at the end, isn't it easier to understand if people understand how to do risk management and not cost optimality? Because actually we are calculating against a scenario which will hopefully never happen. So if we communicate now, the prices will increase with 5%, which we did 10 years ago for our plus high-rise building in Vienna. The prices increased more than 5% in the last 10 years, but actually we are calculating against something which will never happen, and people might not understand this quite easily.
That's why the cost optimal reports are quite extensive, and they consider multiple scenarios. It is a bit of a risk management, and then from all the results, you pick what you think it's going to be the best, and then alongside the cost optimal methodology, which sets the requirement at the level of the building stock level. Not we never intend to apply cost optimal level at each individual level, at each individual building. That would be way too much. I don't want anybody to do that.
Sorry to interrupt you, but the designers have to find the cost optimal level for their specific project.
Yep.
And as far as I understood, the member states should make sure that the requirements don't forbid to find the local cost optimal level.
Yes, but we also need to find the problem when we design a building is that usually we are very much focused on what the building is going to be used at that moment. So if I design an office building that is going to use mainly an open plan office, for example, I have to do it on certain conditions. But if then that office building is going to change, for example, into a shopping center, the conditions are completely different. So that building somehow still needs to be able to respond to all those different scenarios. And that's why we have minimum energy performance requirements. So we can sort of like protect the overall building stock and make sure that there are minimum requirements applied to everybody. And then we don't all go in different directions, because that could have its own risk as well. But then there is also needs for flexibility at individual level. I mean, I remember when I was working in the UK, if you could demonstrate to building control that by breaking the requirements, you are actually achieving a better performance, that was a possibility. It was okay, but you had to do a very good demonstration that it was possible. So there needs to be, I think, a common framework for everybody, and I think that the cost optimal and the minimum energy performance requirements provide that. But then there needs to be, what you say, the work of the designers and the technical and economical feasibility in each case. And I think I'm being told to stop.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yeah, we got really into the issues. So thank you very much for the questions, and thank you, Pau, for this presentation. So now we have the first coffee break. I think we have it here, right? Yeah, outside. So you are invited to join us in the coffee break, and please be back at 11, because we want to continue with the program. I think we're in a good shape for the timetable, so thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. My name is Ainhoa Mata. I'm an architect. It's something that all the architects say, and and I work in the Catalan Institute for Energy. I'm the head. I'm the head of the buildings department, and we'll start the first roundtable of today. And in that roundtable, we will have Rui, in Portuguese, Rui Fragoso, Agência para a Energia de Portugal, Silvio de Nigris, Sustainable Energy Department of Regione da Piemonte, and Kilian Paenel, the Flemish Energy and Climate Energy Agency from Flanders. And today, in this roundtable, we will speak about the renovation plans and the renovation passport, and which is the role of all the data repositories that plays in the state's renovation of buildings. By 2050. So we will need to have a plan, the National Building Renovation Plan, and we know we need information about how are our buildings. So we need data from the buildings. We need to build a roadmap for 2030, 2050, and also we have to implement policies and measures. But not only to say what we are going to do, but also we need to see the evolution, if they are working or they are not working. In the IPVD, there are
three parts that are very, very related with these national building renovation plans. We need this data to know how is the building stock. And there will be several tools. The digital building logbook will help us to relation all the documents that explains how is the building, the energy performance certificates, the renovation passport, the global warming potential, the smart readiness indicator. We need this relationship between them because at the end, they are explaining how is one building. And this is if we see the only one building, one by one. But if we think about all the stock, we will have the information in the EU Building Stock Observatory. These data, they are fundamental, but also the information, because if we want to make real this renovation, we have to arrive to all the citizens. All what we speak here, we have to spread with all the people that we know. So the one-stop shops will be fundamental to arrive to inform all the citizens about the possibilities of renovate their own home. And I think that is another point very important. For the first time, the buildings that they are not residential, the less efficient buildings, they will have to be renovated. And this is for the first time that happens. So it's very, very important. And the residential buildings, we will have to reduce their consumption in the global of all of them. And ideally, if we would have all the money, we would do the renovation of the building in one go, but it's not always possible. So the renovation passport help us to do a refurbishment of the building in stages. So there's a relationship with this building renovation passport, and how do we plan larger scale renovation programs? So we will have to think in big to renovate all the cities. And it's very important that the information will be updated to know exactly how the building stock is. So all this data will help us also to have quality and to reduce the data collection effort and cost. If one person makes an EPC, a renovation passport, and know all the information that there are about that building, it will help us to make it quicker, so to reduce the cost. And how can we integrate the EPC and the BIM to enhance the renovation passport? Well, we think about the EPC, I imagine, like a photo, a picture of how is the building today. But if we think in a roadmap of a different stage renovations, we should think about it more than as it would be a movie. So there's a continuous change of the building, and a good way to track all these changes is using BIM. With this simulation, with this model, we can update all the changes that we want to do, and also update it when we have done this. So we can follow all this and track all these changes, and it's important for the building and also to see the overall the evolution of the building stock. And we have to rely in the quality of these EPCs, because if we base our decisions in the data, we need that they are really good. So the BIM can help us to create the EPC related also with the renovation passports, so there will be less mistakes between them. And it helps us to track the implementation of renovation measures. And how can we optimize the renovation passports? So this would be a scheme of the procedure. We would analyze the data of the existing building So we do the on-site visit and we elaborate the renovation roadmap. We have already measures of renovation in the EPC. The difference with the renovation passport is that we have a goal. We have to achieve that that building will be a zero emissions building. So we will execute the measures and to plan. So when we have finished that measures, we have to update the news EPC and to think again about the rest of the measures. And there are different ways to do these renovation passports. There are different links between EPC and renovation passport. In one way, we can think about a software that includes the energy modeling and it gives us both the EPC and the passport, so there are not inconsistencies between them. But we can also, and we will use also other data sources that they are related with IPVD, like the real energy use, the health, the comfort, or the cost, and the climate change adaptation. And we have different approach to the repositories. So we can think about these repositories that we already have, for example, in Catalonia, and we can consult all this data. Or we can think also in this BIM software that centralized all the information that we have about the buildings. And the implementation of the measures will help us to have this EPC database. We can also use this BIM-based workflow, but also we can use, it depends on the different countries, we can also use the energy audits reports when there's an energy management system. So if we use the information that we have about data repositories, we can reduce the cost of the renovation passports. Otherwise, it's important to get the information of operational data. That is something that in TIMEPAC we will speak about it later in another roundtable. And it's very important to have this update of the information because the renovation plans must be renewed every 4 years. We need to know how is the status of the building stock. Also, it's very important the referential, the special referencing of the information and the relationship with the EU taxonomy. So using energy models can help us to improve the quality and the control of the EPCs and the renovation passport and to have a consistency between all the data. And here we have the questions of the roundtables. What are your views on the renovation passport and what challenges might we face in implementing it? Kilian?
Am I clear? Okay. Hi, I'm Kilian. I'm at the moment working as the product owner of the Woningpas for the Flemish Climate and Energy Agency. This is the Woningpas is a building passport for Flanders region, so not for Belgium. It's a free tool that everyone can access if they have a building in their ownership. And at the moment, it's only for residential buildings. The building passport, Woningpas, is actually a glorified UI for the EPC that we have. Over the years, we added much more to it, like information about surroundings. It's all a big linked spatial data hub at the moment. Can I go to the challenges or first introduction?
Yes, perhaps we do the introduction.
Oui.
Hi, good morning all, and thank you for the invitation to be here, and thank you for the TIMEPAC Consortium and all the results. My name is Lluis. I work at the Portuguese Energy Agency. I'm head of buildings, and I'm fortunately been working in EPCs management since the implementation of them in Portugal for almost 20 years. Just a word about TIMEPAC. I'm really a fan of the project. When I see the consortium, unfortunately, I don't see Portugal there. But I think I'm in a privileged position now where all the work has been done and I can now use the exploitation of the project. And we have done that very much through the TIMEPAC Academy, where all my team went through the training process and we got a lot of information and good feedback. And that this is definitely from the whole EPC cluster projects that we saw in the morning by Leandro. For me, one of the key projects that are standing there. I'll go into the question in a second after Silvio.
Okay, yes, my name is Silvio De Nigris. I'm Italian. I work for the Piemonte region. In particular, I'm in the Sustainable Energy Department, which is the sector of the region in charge of managing the database of APCs, beside other activities. So I will bring in the discussion the point of view of the policy making and that's it. I mean.
And which are the challenges that we have ahead with the renovation passport, Ilian?
Well, the challenges, well, our renovation passport's already functioning and going into its 6th year now. But we still have a lot of challenges. One of the main things in Flanders region, it's a region, and we have different governments, different levels. There is a whole lot of data situated on the federal level, a whole lot of data situated on the regional level. Then you have the municipalities. And I think one of the biggest challenges is standardization of data. We really need to come together and work things out because there are a lot of mismatches. It's okay for single family dwellings, but we see a lot of issues sometimes with apartments that there's a mismatch from data going from the federal to the regional level. So it's not only the standardization of data, but also the linked data. Our BIM is on the regional level. So we have the address register and the building register is from Flanders, and every municipality administers their own little space within that BIM. Every municipality does it their own way, of course. And everyone has a different idea or definition about what a building unit is. We're trying to regulate it. We're working towards a decision tree that every municipality has to adhere on. And because of that address register, it's not very standardized. It's sometimes difficult, for example, an energy specialist to find the building unit ID that they need to link their EPC report to the building unit of a person. So sometimes it's possible that if you have your building passport, you open it, and if there was a mismatch, that it's just a hollow UI with no EPC present. But then they can mail, and I can find it in the database, and it's a quick link. It's easily fixed, but it's a burden, and we don't know because of GDPR. We can't see people's building passports. We only know if there's a mistake if people reach out to us and say, hey, there's a little problem. And we work together with different agencies. All these agencies also have a different definition of, I can go on for this for hours, but I'll just move to a different subject about other challenges. Woningpas is an API powerhouse. We have different partners. And the moment someone opens their building passport, we speak through APIs to all different agencies, to the waste agency to get their soil pollution, to the water company to get their sewage connection, for example. And we rely on the architecture of those partners. So if one of those partners, their architecture fails or their servers go offline, we have a little problem, and we have no data available for that part in our building passport. So that's also something that can happen, and happens from time to time. And something completely, and my last point, if I ramble too long, are unlicensed works. Sometimes people build a studio or a dwelling, a student dwelling at the top floor of their house, and they expect a building passport for that. Some municipalities say, yeah, it's unlicensed, okay, but we'll give it an ID, it's okay. Some municipalities are a bit more fast about that. But yeah, those places have no EPC label, so it's nearly impossible to foresee correct information about unlicensed works. And that's also unlicensed on EPC level. If someone has an uncle with a renovation company and he builds a new roof under the table, you know, you don't pay it, you don't have proof that you've done it, and he gets probably a worse EPC label than factual state of that building, or the other way around. And that's it, I think, for
For our case, we don't have a figure like a building renovation plan, like some countries and regions already have it. In case of Flanders, and we are working on that right now. We're quite optimistic because we think that renovation plans perhaps will bring an additional view on a key aspect that current EPCs have, which are the recommendation measures. So, like Paul told us in the morning, EPCs are very much a communication tool, something to inform about the building, but they also include recommendations. On our national database, we have now over 5 million recommendations, which is good, but we don't know what's happening with those recommendations in terms of implementation. So perhaps the building renovation plans now, passports, will be a tool that will allow us to go a little further on the detailing, on the monitoring, and could be second part of the EPC, which is the starting point for understanding a building. In terms of challenges, perhaps the biggest challenge we are facing right now is actually to convince the people that there's a new instrument coming out now. So there's an EPC, now there's a building renovation plan. We look at the EPBD. EPBD mentions labels, recommendations, mentions part of the same contents in both documents. So we have to make sure that people understand what's the need for this recommendation renovation passport, and what to do with it. EPCs are mandatory. That's good. Somebody considered that's a problem, but that's good because we have a lot of EPCs now, especially for buildings being sold or rented, perhaps 90 or 90%. That's the reason. And renovation plans are going to be voluntary. If somebody wants to spend money on a building renovation plans, they really have to be good, and people have to be attracted for that. So there's have to be an acceptance process that people feel confident. So we have to also tackle the things that were already discussed about the quality of EPCs. We have to ensure that the building renovation plans don't suffer with the quality issues. They have to be also done in a way that people understand them and they are fully integrated with the EPCs. They have to be affordable. That was already mentioned. So people are going to spend voluntarily a certain amount of money. So they want to have the result, and hopefully we will have a good balance between the added value and the money that people pays for that. And at the beginning, as it was also the EPCs, we might need a lot of communication, clearly to explain to people the issues that I was talking about, what's the added value, what it means. And we are also hoping to go through a stakeholder engagement process over the next 1 year or more, so that we can also get the feedback, because renovation plans will very much impact on real estate, on installs, on the whole construction sector, basically, in real estate. So we have to, and consumers specifically. So we have to ensure that during this stakeholder process, we get the best for the design process.
Not much left to say. I would.
Sorry.
No. I would like to start with some figure, if I can. I mean, in Italy, we have more than 70% of the people that owns the apartment where they live, and more than 75% live in multifamily houses, so condominium. And if we look at the 20th of the most poorest people, half of them are owner of the building. So this brings the issue of a market very fragmented, so where it's difficult to take decision in condominium. It's we have a large share of ownership distributed among citizens, people, which is good on one hand, but then when it comes to renovation, it can bring people problems. And then we have a big issue with low-income people that are maybe in that mandatory share of buildings to be renovated. So let's say that in this way, the building renovation passport could help, because if you cannot do everything at once, a stepwise approach is really a solution or an option. And so we see this as a good tool for the situation where we are in Italy, for instance. So it's the added value is clear. We don't have building renovation passport nowadays. So okay, the challenges are, of course, already mentioned. For sure, the reliability of data. This is something we have to take into consideration. The lack of detail, the lack of the digitalization of the data, and the integration of databases. Already mentioned several times also by you. These are three aspects that we should really take into account. I mean, as a Piemonte region, we entered in this building renovation passport tool because of TIMEPAC. So we are, in a way, thanks to the project, thinking about, and for sure the integration of databases that we are managing, because we have several data sets that are using the same data coming from different sources. This is something that we are trying to improve in the region, and for sure also for the implementation of the tool be essential. Then I think another challenge is how to keep the building renovation passport up to date. So you fix a roadmap, then maybe you implement something, then okay, things change over time, and it's a process. It's a dynamic process, as you mentioned. This is very interesting how this will be concretely implemented, and also okay, the affordability already mentioned is another key challenge. I mean, people should have interest in having this tool, but also we should keep cost reasonable for developing the tool. And I liked very much what I heard before. So the acceptance, and we don't have to sell this as another tool, another thing that people have to do, but as something really useful. And so we have to build on communication. I really stand the point. Yeah.
Related with the part of the being voluntary, at least here in Spain, things that they are voluntary, it costs. But it's up to the member states to decide if it's voluntary or not. So perhaps a mechanism to start with the renovation passport is to relation that the non-residential buildings less efficient, they have to do something. They have to reduce their consumption. So perhaps there could be compulsory to do the renovation passport if they don't do an integration, renovate of all the buildings. And what is the added value and role of the renovation passport in supporting retrofitting policies? Silvio?
I can start. Okay, that's good. So the added value, I think the key aspect is the integration of technical aspects with financial aspects. Okay, so this is really a key part, and this should be effective What does it mean? I mean that it should be also customized according to the owner, the one that should invest. So we have some technical measure to be implemented, and then we have some costs, some investment costs to be done, and also the financial solution can change according to who is involved in the process. So I think this is something to reflect a little bit how this will be implemented. And for me, a very important aspect is if we move from the question if I have to renovate my building or not, to I must do it sooner or later, and the question is how and when. So this changed completely the perspective also of the financial ability of the investment themselves, because it's not anymore the upfront cost and the savings that I can get after over time, but it's also how my capital, my house, is changing value over time. Because if I don't renovate, I will lose maybe opportunities on the market if I want to sell or to give for a rent or blah blah blah. So it's not anymore a matter of calculating the investment cost and what I gain with the savings, but also take into consideration the capital and the value that is changing due to what I do or I don't do. So this is important that is taken in the renovation passport, and it again is real communication. It's very powerful to sell this new perspective of doing things. Maybe I can also add a few other points. Always staying on the financial side. So maybe the measure I implement is not only the most rational from technical point of view, but what maybe is based on the financial schemes, incentives available, or the opportunities I have. So again, this renovation passport should be in a way also flexible, because maybe the roadmap is clear. You do the installation, then you work on some equipment and blah blah blah. But maybe I because I have some financial opportunities, I should start from the end, and this this is also tricky how to integrate this part. I mean, it's reality at the end. I want to bring also, in terms of added value, the perspective of the policymaker. It's very important if we get this information not only about the status quo of the buildings, but their evolution over time. I mean, it's very important from a region point of view, the member states, to understand what will happen in terms of renovation. Maybe we can, for sure, we could use this information in our energy plan, in how to address also or support the market. So I think we have also valuable information for the policy making sector, and yeah, that's it.
I think so. You touched already in a very good point. So I'll just make a echo of some and add a few ones related with the renovation passports. One of the other value, in my perspective, it's going to be a very detailed document on recommendations. So it will have important information also to guide and provide a good perspective on how to implement one step by step. For the Portuguese scenario, it's quite relevant because typically renovations by the homeowners are not done all at once. People don't have the money to do it at once. So for them to know how to do it step by step, in which moment, it will be relevant. So it might be an instrument to motivate also the homeowners in doing, because it's an instrument that it's expected to be fine-tuned for that specific homeowner at that specific building and his specific conditions. In terms of now and the future, is he going to receive additional money in the future? Is the family going to expand or not? So it can really be fine-tuned for him something which is different from the EPCs. Current recommendations on the EPCs sometimes are done without a homeowner being at home. The expert goes there, does all the calculation, issues the EPC, and then their recommendations afterwards without no relation to the homeowner. The renovation passport is also relevant to prevent the lock-in effects, meaning that you know which steps you have to do in order not to block some implementation at a further stage if you do it the wrong way, and etc. It's something that we have been also discussing in some European projects. Like Silvio mentioned, the integration with financial schemes. I'm pretty sure the renovation passports will have a role there. For example, in public financing schemes now in Portugal, it's quite common to have EPCs ex ante and ex post to show how the building compares before and after. Perhaps now we will start to have building renovation passports as an ex ante, perhaps an EPC as an ex post, just to assure that certain steps were implementing. Also on the green financing, now banks are very much aware of some of the aspects related with the energy transition. They will also have to participate. They will have to also, according to the taxonomy, show their green assets ratio. So they will have to improve their own assets. And perhaps the renovation passport is also an instrument to bring those brown assets into green assets. And I'm pretty sure banks will perhaps make them mandatory in certain situations if you want to apply for financial incentives. Also on the building renovation plans, like Silvio mentioned, if the objective for renovation plans is to transform the stock in zero-emission buildings, and the role of passports is actually to transform that specific building into a zero-emission building, so the clear relation, it's there. And also to inform on the renovation passport which are the minimum energy performance standards for the non-residential, the trajectories that the residential sector has to take, also about possible fuel bans that are expected, fossil fuel bans on boilers and etc. So it can be also an instrument to link those plans and the milestones set on those plans so that the homeowner knows, okay, there are national plans in this renovation already, passport already highlights what do I have to fulfill at a certain year. And an additional thing could be having the possibility to have renovation plans, renovation passports for the whole building. Nowadays, we have EPCs for single individual units. Sometimes it's difficult to have the full perspective of a multifamily building with 20 apartments because we have 20 EPCs. I know that the EPBD doesn't mention this a lot, but there's flexibility for member states perhaps to develop certain figures of renovation passports that tackle the whole building as a whole, because there are some recommendations that have to be done as a whole, and could be something there. And perhaps I'll stop to give some idea for Silvio.
Well, mostly is already said, and I agree absolutely with what Silvio and Rui said. So I'll keep my input brief. The added value, of course, is to ease administrative burdens and to advise the people and to guide the people in what they should renovate or tackle first, because Rui said you're not going to renovate the whole building at the beginning. So at the Warning Pass, we have a guideline, which is just taken from the EPC report. What should you renovate first to jump to the next level, for instance? So we split it up by parts, and there are future plans, but that's for the next question. And we guide the people toward premiums that are available by different agencies. And in a few years, Warning Pass will be another obligatory tool because there is a renovation obligation at the moment in Flanders. So the value, yeah, you're supposed to use it in a few years. But to just round it up, the most important thing to guide the people is for the renovation pass and the building passport to be comprehensible for neighbor Miguel, to say it in Spanish terms. It's comprehensible by the ordinary man in the street, because he's nothing with grand legislative terms, etc., and all these EPC. So we try for the building passport to be that translation towards the common people, say, to guide them as good as possible towards a better label and a better future in their home.
I agree with you with the EPC, it's difficult to
It might
understand,
be,
and renovation passport and the measures should be really and we have to translate, and they have to be understandable.
yeah, for
for all of them.
non-experts, it might be very much looked at in.
And what should the renovation passport look like to help increase the renovation rate? That we have to speak a little bit about it also, that in the way that it must be comprehensive for all. Rui?
Well, I think definitely they have to be designed by the communication teams and not by architects or the engineers. We have seen with the EPCs, the first generation, fortunately many member states are already on the second, third generation. First generation EPCs in certain cases were just fancy Excel sheets with a lot of jargon terms and indicators and etc. And that really was not for the homeowner to understand. Fortunately, things have been improving, and in certain situations, some member states have involved a lot communication teams to design a document that is really tailored for a certain target, and so that the target understands what it's there. If it doesn't understand, it wouldn't work. So they must clearly understand the messages and relate. In terms of content itself, and how it should look like, well, the EPPD already provides a lot of actually mandatory information on what it should have, and let me just go through some of them in terms of energy performance indicators, graphical representations of the roadmaps, relevant national requirements so people know what they have to achieve, sequence of recommendations have to be implemented, information about each one of them and these steps, connection with efficient district heating and cooling systems, so information about renewable energy, product circularity, whole life cycle greenhouses, available funding and links, technical advice, advisory services. So there's a lot of things already in the EPBD. So we have to, of course, design these in a way that all this information, which is mandatory, this is just a mandatory, there are another page of voluntary indicators that can be used, that are done in a comprehensive way. So once again, bringing those stakeholders, bringing the communication teams, getting all this information, putting in a way that makes sense for the national or the regional context, it's key to make it workable.
And I would add not only the communication team, but also marketing, because
Yes,
we need
marketing,
people to act. So it's complicated. Silvia?
Me? Okay. No,
I'm changing every
no,
time.
it's good. So, no, what to add, not repetitive, to be repetitive. I mean, I stress out that there should be interactive and a digital tool, so that really we can make possible interoperability of databases and easy to be updated also with monitored data and things we already said in a way. Of course, the most important thing is that is understandable and communicative. Again, maybe I take the attention also on the scalability perspective. I mean, if we can make sure that this tool is not only for the building per se, but also reflecting all a bit on a larger scale at urban level, at district level, and thanks to the interoperability and integration of information, we can also understand what is happening in a certain part of the city, and I think this would be also very very important or interesting for a policymaker. Huh?
There's something to add, or?
Just a little thing, just a little thing. But indeed, like you said, to make it interactive, because at the moment, like I said, we give the EPC label scale what you should what you can renovate first to jump to the next level. At the moment, it's static in our building passport, and it's indeed a future plan to try and make it interactive, more according to the EPPD. But that's music for the future. And that's, I think, the only thing I'd like to add.
Would it be beneficial to include additional indicators in the renovation scenario planning tool? In fact, I don't know if we have a choice because the EPBD directs there. Kilian?
That's the only question I didn't prepare. No, at the moment, the building pass already includes more than 10 extra themes next to the energy and the isolation items. So we also include items about the flooding safety of your parcel and your building, about the mobility score if you're close to a bus stop or close to a school, for instance. If you're near contaminated soils like PFAS, it haunts us all. And there's noise pollution, there is all other kinds. If your dwelling is connected to the sewage system, for instance, and those are only a few examples, I can go on. But yes, it would be beneficial because at the moment I feel that it's a whole sum of all that information, that spatial information that's starting to drive the price of houses and dwellings, and so that it's so just so you know, it's not only the EPC that drives. So yes.
Well, again, the EPBD provides a lot of potential additional inputs as voluntary schemes, but I really like the idea that Kilin was saying about the voting class, where they have this dynamic perspective that Silvio also mentioned, which I think it's very interesting because it's very interactive. It allows homeowner not only to have a document, a static document, but also to see how it progresses, to link with other databases and other information, like Kilin was saying. So it's a much more comprehensive perspective of an instrument. And also to potentially link with the logbook and the previous things that have been done on the building. That's something that we also lack in Portugal. So we don't have a centralized database information where we can keep track of everything that happened in that building. And I think for different purposes, that could be also an added value. And instruments like the one Killian presented give that opportunity. So if we can use those, it would be already a great added value.
Yeah, maybe I can also stress some few other points already touched in a way. The inclusion of operational data to find a way to get this information in automatic way, let's say. So not an extra effort to who is producing this document, to is the monitoring of the measure implemented. But then, of course, when we renovate the house, what's the question behind? Okay, to keep the value of the house, but also and mostly to have comfort, to have a better environment to live in. So also this dimension of the quality in general sense should be in a way brought in. So the comfort, indoor quality, maybe not to be very specific, but what's the impact on that dimension implementing a renovation or not implementing? I think this information should be kept in. Also, another topic which is crucial, very, very important, is, and we listen to the news every day across Europe. The impact of climate change. It's nothing that is maybe for the future, but it's now. And so how also the way we renovate the building can make the building more resilient, more adaptive to the climate change. Also, not to be detailed, but also as a way to communicate that we are going in that direction. I think this is also something we could bring in. And final point, maybe to enlarge this perspective, also to sustainability in general. And you can renovate, but you can also select the materials to do it. So maybe also some kind of information on the quality of material and also the nature-based, I don't know, materials that you can use to insulate or to do some renovation, LCA information, I don't know, something like that. of course, all these things bring the tool to be maybe more expensive, more complicated. So we should find a balance because it is a communication tool at the end. It's not a project. But, yeah.
Thank you. And the last question, we will be brief because we will have some question of the public. Which specific projects are you involved in regarding the renovation passport? Rui?
Yeah, we are involved in a few, at least three projects, two European and one national. The first one is the Ivy Road project. We are actually on the second version of the Ivy Road. So the idea was to test concepts of building renovation passports with the homeowners, with the experts, with field tests. We have done that in the first edition. Now in the second edition, we are tailoring concepts of that renovation passport with different modules that tackle costs, SRI, and etc. And so the idea is actually to test it and to see the acceptance so that at the end it makes sense. Also, the EPBD WISE project, they are all projects from the cluster that Leandro just showed a while ago. EPBD WISE is very much about leveling also the development of these instruments in member states. So we know that some of them are a little ahead on these developments. And so we are bringing actually zero emission buildings, national building renovation plans, maps, EPCs, which Aden is responsible for, and renovation passports, which colleagues from SERA in Austria are responsible for. So the idea is for countries that highlighted that they are not still as frontliners like Bulgaria, Greece, Hungary, Poland, and also Ukraine. We are trying to also bring expertise that other member states already have so that we could more or less level. And finally, we have a national one-stop shop, which is Portal Casa Mais. So the idea is also to have there a front end for every homeowner that has an EPC to be able to have centralized information about his house, about the EPC, the recommendations, but also to have installers there where they can apply and ask for quotations, and so make the recommendations actually happening, and making also links to the financial instruments that are now available. This is a national project, and pretty sure the renovation passports will be embedded and have something to do there in the future. And that's it.
Julian?
Okay. Other projects. Later this year, we'll transition from the Woningpas to the Gebouwenpas, which is a building passport not only for the residential houses, but for the entire building stock. So we will include schools, for example, factories, office buildings, to also come under the umbrella of the building passport and the renovation passport. I'm also working towards giving renovation passports for student dwellings, which is quite the hassle at the moment. But not only for renovation purposes, but also for living quality. So it's dual purpose. And we're also working with Demo Bilog, if you know, it's a European project for community-driven renovation projects. And we're working together with energy corporations to give a notification within our building passport, the voting pass, if there is a community project going on at the moment. Hey, your community is trying to purchase heat pumps. Do you want to join or not? You can contact us. So those are some things. I have a few more written, but they're not that interesting.
Okay, maybe I can finish saying that Piemonte region is involved in several projects, not focusing directly with the building renovation passport, but where this tool can be of useful. Again, a project about one-stop shops. In particular, we are trying to build a community of practice across Europe with all the one-stop shop established at European level in different countries. This is a key project. Then we have another very important project named Gasless. I don't want to say anything about this because I have a specific presentation afterwards. And then I'm grateful to Politecnico of Torino that invited us, and to Leandro for the excellent coordination. We are in the best project, TIMEPAC. That's it.
If there's some question in the public.
What's over there?
Hi. Hi, many thanks for your very interesting interventions. My question is about the third question that is in the guideline about the importance of the renovation passport in the way to improve the renovation rate in Europe, of course. Well, in my opinion, the most important thing about the passport is explain to the families the stage in which they can program their actions in the way to make the renovation. But I think that previous to the implementation of any tool to improve or to program these operations is very important. Make us one question: are the families really prepared to the implementation of the renovations in their dwellings? Because one of the main barriers in this process from the beginning has been the lack of information in the families regarding the importance of the rehabilitation, the comfort, the energy comfort in their dwellings. And they don't understand now the importance of the EPCs, in fact. And in this scenario, is really now the moment to implement this tool without another considerations? For example, help to the families to understand the global scenario of the renovation? This is more or less my question.
Perhaps I can say a word on that, and I think that's a very good question. We in Portugal we are now revising the EPC in order to bring other indicators that for certain families, or I would say for most families, make sense regarding with comfort. In Portugal, aspects like comfort are much more relevant than the consumption of primary energy that most of the people don't even understand what that is. And so when revising the EPC and implementing the building renovation passport, I'm pretty sure that one of the discussion points in the renovation passport is a way to make your building more comfort. And so it's bringing other aspects that are nowadays not visible on the EPC and that are much more aligned with the expectation of the consumers and the homeowners. And another aspect that we didn't touch on the renovation rate is the depth of renovation. So we have very renovations that are only marginal, and so they don't go. They are not that depth as they should be, and perhaps the building renovation passport can incentivize and also show the way to actually make deeper renovations that already solve the building's needs for the 2050 targets and etc.
Well, I can also add that to answer the question directly, I think families are not ready. We are not ready, and we really change our mind. It's again, I repeat what I said. It's not anymore maybe the next years to ask us if we have to renovate, but when and how. This is the crucial question, and this is really a revolution. And I agree, we are not ready. And also the officer from the commission mentioned that now it's time for the member states to bring this discussion inside. And what I listened on the media is not going in that direction. At least in my country, I don't know what's your perspective, but we listen more that we want to change the directive rather than implement it, which is very, scaring from my point of view. But
There's some, yes, Mariana.
Thank you very much for your comments. I have another question about how to evaluate the buildings for the renovation passport, because first the EPBD or previous EPBDs were talking about energy audits, and now we just moved towards an on-site visit. And I assume that energy audit per se is more expensive than an on-site visit. But we have cases here in Spain where the EPC's recommendations are so generic that people don't listen to them. And what are the risks of the renovation passport to become the oldest EPCs in this moment? And what do you think about that?
That's a tricky question. I was hoping that Silvio or Kilian start. But
For me, it's
but I could also perhaps say that we have to. It takes a while to answer, but perhaps to make it short, it had to be designed from the beginning in the correct way, not perhaps to make the same mistakes that were done with the EPCs and prevent those generic approaches. When I was mentioning that the renovation passport has to be something that is in the middle of the discussion between the expert and the homeowner, so that they both more or less kind of agree on the path to take all those steps in order to transform the building. That's a way of preventing to have generic. Even people without the renovation passport issued already knows what is coming when they get it a couple of days later. But it's something that we have to perhaps learn from the past with the EPCs and not make the same mistakes, like I was saying.
Yeah, I confirm there's a risk of going in this direction. So I fully agree that we should prevent this problem, but the risk is there, and it's good to have in mind at least.
Yeah, we do see it happening with the EPCs in Belgium as well. That it's sometimes, if it's not known, it's just a generic value, and yeah, what use is it then, of course? But one of the future tracks that we are trying to start is to tackle those energy specialists who act like cowboys and go like I'm specialist, and if you give me 100 euro, you get a better label. That happens as well. Yeah, it happens. And I really forgot what I was going. I was going to.
I'll take the space. I'll take the space. You say one word that I forgot to say, which is in Portugal, we do have some guidelines for the experts for the recommendations. So they have to follow 4 steps when doing the recommendations. They have to solve pathologies that the building clearly shows. They have to reduce the demand with the insulation and etc. Then they have to identify whenever needed. Sometimes we try to prevent that. The best technical building systems that can be implemented, and finally promote the renewable systems. And so they already know more or less that they have to go through these 4 steps. So to make the recommendations a little less generic, like you were saying, and hopefully we will also implement that on the renovation passports.
Thank you. I think there's no. Okay. The last question.
Hello. I think there is a lot of literacy about renovation and sustainability in general in society still. So we are always talking about EPC, about now the house passport, about I forgot this third thing. Oh. So I think to be able to create more awareness, shouldn't we also think about a more education program for citizens in society? Because if we want to achieve the goals that we are putting to 2050 and 30, I think we have to inform our citizens more and more so that they know when they have to take action and know what the impact of the action is, also financially.
Yeah. Oh, okay. No, yeah, absolutely. I think it might be difficult to organize lectures for the whole population about it, but that's why with the Woningpas we really sit down together with communication, the communication department of our agency, to bring it as simple as possible. And even then, it might remain a tough matter. But at the moment, yeah, the Woningpas is a free tool. Our building passport is a free tool, even though the EPC report has to be bought. And when it comes compulsory, we hope that people just open it up. We have advice pages translated to the non-experts, and we hope that through that passport and through those advisory pages, we can educate the people of what's needed.
I totally agree with what you're saying, and I think that's part of the role of energy agencies, like at least the two of us, and perhaps also from the regions. And to solve that, just to contribute to reduce that aspect, we have developed something in Portugal a few years ago, which is something called a Rota da Energia. So it's the energy route, where basically we go on the ground through all municipalities, to schools, to companies, and etc. Basically doing what you were saying. They need to reduce illiteracy and to better educate people on these matters. And it's a continuous effort. We keep going and going all over the country doing this, and we know that it's not enough. It is just a contribution amongst other initiatives to improve that.
Yeah, also from my side, I fully agree, and I think it's really a place, information communication, where we have to increase our budget and investment because it's needed. I mean, technical solutions are there. The implementation is difficult for several reasons, and one big reason is the decision-making process, and the information should play definitely a role. Completely agree.
Perhaps we should do some podcasts to arrive to many people.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you,
We
everyone.
go on with the same roundtable, with the next roundtable.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I invite you not to be the end of TIMEPAC, because this is the final conference, but I invite you to take a look at the website at the Academy, because there's a lot of information. There's a lot of webinars, there are fact sheets, there are a lot of information that you can use in your own days, in your work. Yes.
Okay. Okay, good morning. I kindly ask the speakers to come on the stage. We are a little bit behind the schedule, but we will try to recover. Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second roundtable of TIMEPAC conference. on the Enhanced Energy Performance Certificate. My name is Vincenzo Corrado. I am a professor in building physics and building energy systems at the Politecnico di Torino, which is one of the two major technical universities in Italy. My main interests are in the topic of building performance modeling, with the focus on energy performance assessment and thermal comfort, and legislation and standardization as well. Today we have three notable speakers. I'm going to read a short bio. Licinio Alfaro is an architect with a master's in architecture specializing in energy and climate, manager of environmental construction projects at ITEC, and director of the postgraduate program Digital Sustainability, the UPC School. He also serves as a president of the BIPSA Spain, which is the national chapter of the International Building Performance Simulation Association, also serving as head of sustainability at the Offsite Construction Hub. The second speaker is Francesca Pagliaro. She has been a researcher at the Energy Efficiency Department of Enea since 2019. Her current work focuses on the analysis of EPC data to assess the energy performance of Italy's building stock and evaluate the effectiveness of both existing and future energy policies. She's also part of Enea's teams working on the development of the Italian informative system on EPC and the national portal on building energy performance. Additionally, Dr. Pagliaro is involved in the LIFE projects TUNES and APBD CA, as well as the upcoming LIFE project Observe, where addressing challenges related to building data is a key focus. Last but not least, Boris Sucic. He holds a PhD in electrical engineering from the University of Zagreb. Since 2009, he has been working as a researcher at the Joseph Stefan Institute Energy Efficiency Center. He is an expert in energy and resource efficiency, demand-side management, energy planning and optimization, performance monitoring, and the modeling of energy systems in industry and buildings. His professional interests are particularly focused on the role of sustainable planning in the industrial sectors and its integrations with the urban environment. He also served as a deputy project manager for the preparation of Slovenia's National Energy and Climate Plan, and is the leader of the EUREM Energy Manager Training in Slovenia, based on the International European Energy Manager Education and Training Program. And last but not least, is a member of TIMEPAC project, of course. I will start with a very short presentation about the concept of enhanced EPC as conceived during the TIMEPAC project, so according to our vision. According to the TIMEPAC vision, the new enhanced EPC shall meet 6 key requirements. First of all, better data quality should be ensured, and also process reproducibility. Second, the new EPBC should include a broader set of parameters. It is the so-called holistic approach that goes beyond the energy efficiency aspect. Then it should be able to evaluate the impacts of advanced technologies, which means adaptive building components, building automations and control systems, and so on. 4 point, provide a clear vision of the roadmap for building renovation towards the goal of zero emission. In this sense, there is a strong link with the building renovation passport that has been presented in the first roundtable. Also, the new EPC should be continuously updated with strong integrations with the operational data, and also being flexible with respect to the purpose and the user. Starting from this last point, the first question could be, what should be the architecture of the enhanced EPC? And the architecture, according to our vision, is the one presented on the right side of this slide through this figure. The 2 key points are interoperability and customization. the enhanced EPC should be part of an interconnected environment to facilitate user access to building data. So the interoperability means interoperability between various databases, including the cadastre, geographical, EPC, thermal energy plan register, statistical database, and BIM models. So there is a strong link with the concept of a digital building logbook that is, of course, introduced in the new APVD. The second part is the customization. I mean, it can be addressed to different audiences and final purposes, optimizing the use of documents without significantly increased processing time. In a word, it means that through a click, it should be possible to print the right information for the owner, for the engineer, for the policymaker, different informations in a different, they present in a different way according to the purpose of that information. A second important question is how can the EPC domain be expanded and how can operational data be integrated? It has to do with the concept of holistic approach. Well, in this case, I just present a list of topics and domains that should be some way embedded in DPC. DPC is not only energy performance is the core of DPC, but it should also include information about indoor environmental quality. And indoor environmental quality includes 4 different aspects. One is the indoor air quality, but also thermal, visual, and acoustic comfort should be addressed. Then environmental sustainability, which is a concept that includes energy efficiency, but it goes beyond energy efficiency. It takes into account also other aspects. Affordability, of course, the economic aspects are really important. Climate resilience, and so I mean taking into account the climate change, but also the heat waves and increase of heat waves that is foreseen in the next decades. Smart readiness, of course, safety, and other aspects could be added, of course. The integration of operational data has been analyzed, investigated in TIMEPAC project. More specifically, 2 guidelines have been issued. One is specifically addressed to present how data should be collected according to this holistic approach. And data collection means documentations on buildings, but also monitoring of real energy consumptions, field measurements, and even subjective analysis based on user behavior questionnaires should be considered in this collection. On the other side, standardized procedures already exist because the standards already exist, but they were improved in TIMEPAC project concerning the standard EPP energy performance assessment, the tailored energy performance assessment, which means tailored to the real occupant of the building, the model calibration that is really relevant to allow that the calculated results fit the real consumption, the assessment of the indoor environmental quality, the assessment of refurbishment interventions, and the assessment of the impact of BACS, Building Automation Control Systems. This leads to additional performance indicators. So our vision is of a new EPC that will have more different indicators considering different domains and different aspects. Last but not least, how the quality of the EPC may be improved. The topic of the quality is really relevant. It is important the quality check of all data processed and displayed in the enhanced EPC. It is necessary to specify data sources and also the associated level of uncertainty to each datum considered, and also the determinations of confidence interval on those input data that have the greatest impact on the building energy performance. This slide concludes my short presentation. As regards the question, I would like to proceed in a slightly different way in comparison to the previous roundtable. I will read all the 6 roundtable, then I would keep the answer more flexible. So you have each of you more or less 10 minutes, so we could make 3 rounds, and you can choose 3 of these questions and go possibly according to this list. And possibly in your first answer, please tell us also, according to your experience, what is your general vision about the enhanced EPC. Then you can go more specifically to answer the different points. So I'm going to read the questions and then I'm going to sit and give you the floor. How can we ensure the quality of EPCs? What would be the added value of incorporating real-time or historical operational data along with real static data into the EPCs? Third, would it be beneficial to integrate EPCs with additional certification frameworks, for example, by incorporating a life cycle assessment, LCA? How could we integrate energy auditing, the smart readiness indicators, and energy performance certification processes? What is the potential of creating national databases on the energy performance of buildings? And how could this be made interoperable with EU Building Stock Observatory? And last, how can EPCs be effectively utilized as a driving force for, I cannot read the last line, but it is building renovations of the whole building stock in the next years, which is one of the main objects of the European Union strategies. Okay, I sit down. Maybe we start with Francesca, because I know that you want to answer the first question, and then we go on.
Okay.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I am Francesca Pagliaro from Enea, the Italian Energy Agency. Thank you for the invitation. I specifically work on the data analysis from SIAPE, which is the Italian EPC database, and also I'm working on the development of the Italian building performance database, national database. In my opinion, the quality of data is the main topic that drives all the other questions, because if we don't have quality in the data, we don't have a reliable information. We cannot use the EPCs as an informative tool at the citizen level, but also at the national level for policy strategies at the European level. So in Italy, the situation is maybe a little bit complicated, more than in other countries, because the certification process is very long and involves a lot of stakeholders. There are, of course, the energy assessors. There are the energy softwares that are 19. There are the regions that are in charge of the energy topic in Italy. So they develop their regional database. We have 21 among between regions and autonomous provinces databases, and then the local database transfer the EPC to the national one. So you can see there are a lot of steps in this process. So there could be any kind of quality problems. And as Enea and also in Italy, we are working to improve the quality of EPCs at each step of this process. First of all, the energy assessor, in our opinion, should be more trained. In Italy, is not compulsory to have the training to be an energy assessor. If you are have some kind of graduation, you are enrolled in your professional books. And also we have no any kind of compulsory update of your training. So first of all, we should work on the skills and the training of the energy assessor, but also there could be maybe some issue in the transferring of the EPCs from the local database to the national one. And it's very important for us that we are working to develop some controls at the local level before the EPC is issued, because it's very important maybe to warn the energy assessor that some of information that is putting in the EPC are wrong. Maybe it's just an honest mistake, but we have also to control the case of fraud that could be incurred when the EPC is really linked to economic transaction or incentives. So we have to straighten the transmission of the EPC, because we use an XM file which is easily corruptible. So we are also working on that side. If another help, a very big help in the enhancement of the quality of EPC data is the interoperability among different systems. We are facing this issue with the national database of building performance, energy performance, and is very, in our opinion, it would be very important also at European level, because for example, for the BSO, the Building Stock Observatory, each country has to provide some information that should be standardized, harmonized, to be analyzed at European level. Very often in each country, this information are dislocated among different entities, different authorities. So starting from the national level, this information is not harmonized. So how can we provide at European level reliable information if we don't have an harmonized situation also in the national countries? So developing a system that incorporates all the needed information at also local, national level to develop strategies and policies, and also to provide this kind of information with a good level of quality and reliability. Europe, in my opinion, is a very important step to make the potential of the EPC greater.
I think the topic of interoperability is a topic in which you are very
yes, because yes,
so,
of course. Since the Italian situation has all the stakeholders, first
so
of all,
maybe you could focus on your second speech on this specific topic of interoperability.
And we are working to harmonize more the situation between also for the EPC at the local and national level, which is not easy because there is a national format, but not all the regions utilize it. So there are kind of transformation of this standard. But also in the PNPA2, which is our beta version of the national database of energy performance of building, which has been implemented in Italy after the transposition of the PB3. The interoperability in that case is very important because as now we are in charge to collect a lot of information from different authorities, starting from the cadastral information, which are not all digitalized. So the process actually is very, very long. I'm kind of afraid of what will happen in the next year when we have to transfer information at the European level, because we are like fighting for 4 years just to harmonize and collect the information from other authorities. But we are working on that. In my opinion, the harmonization and the standardization is very, very important. Since we have a European tool, which is the EPC, so if we cannot compare this instrument at the European level, it's very also difficult to develop new strategies or understand if something is working or not. But yes, the interoperability is very important also when we are talking about to integrate other certification system or the other system in the EPC. That's, in my opinion, is a very tricky point because in some occasion it seems that EPC is failing is one of its main purpose to inform the citizen, to inform people about energy performance of building. And if the citizen is not really understanding what is in the EPCs, we integrate other information that he doesn't know about. Maybe we should first work on how we can communicate what the EPC is saying to the citizen.
Thank you, Francesca.
Sorry.
We'll move to Licinio, and maybe then you can come back on this topic of the expansion of the indicators and also interoperability.
Thank you very much. I think it's we need to think about the energy consumption in a global way. It's if my day by day is working with a life cycle analysis, and if you talk about energy consumption, it's just one phase of the 16 phases that you need to analyze in a building. And all of these phases need to take account the energy consumption. Of course, B6 is the phase of the use of the building. It's maybe the biggest one if we are talking about energy consumption. But if you think about production of materials, think about CO2 emissions and also energy consumption, you can see a graphic like this. And my feeling is we are the last 20 years, 30 years, we are focusing in this phase. And when you see the other phases, you start to see that it's maybe the problem is here. So one important point is how we can manage the quantity of data. That means a good digital model. Because of course it's very, very complex to create an energy consumption model in a high level of calculation. But if you think about this digital model, needs to give information from CO2 emissions, acidification, water consumption, more than 22 indicators. It's impossible to deal with all of this information with only one digital model. So we need to think that the problem is biggest, because if we think that, I don't know, one ESCI model is enough to do an energy analysis, of course not, because we need more information about how we are linking the materials or the systems to create a good energy analysis. Imagine the calculation of a model that needs to give an answer of more than 22 indicators with more than 15 phases. For example, the phases, the C phases, when we are at the end of the life of our building, or the D phase, the information is totally different that you need for the other phases. You need information about how you are connect the material inside the construction system. But maybe you don't need this for an energy consumption analysis. Maybe no, you don't need this information. But we need to create a digital building logbook. And we need to incorporate a lot of data here. But we don't have this necessary standards to manage not only energy analysis information. We don't have a standard to manage sustainable information of a digital model. EFC, no, of course not. When you analyze EFC model, there are not information about materials. Is a standard that gives you the opportunity to draw in a 3D way a construction, but not. It's a useful standard to create a life cycle analysis studio. So I think the complex is bigger than that only EPC or only energy performance. And so if we think about this kind of digital models to be or to have a behavior similar to the real model is really impossible. Maybe we need to take the decision that it's impossible to have only one model. But the question is, how many models we need? 10? 15? So I think we need to talk more in the technical level and maybe less in the technological level. Because if you have a clear idea of all the information that you need for create an energy analysis or life cycle assessment or a life cycle costing, you need the total information to create the second part, the digital model. But we are not creating the necessary links, the necessary structures to have or to give just one answer to all of these questions. So for me, I think it's important to have this holistic view of the problem. It's impossible to talk about only one phase. Not today. Not today. And it's impossible to talk about only one indicator. If we're talking smart readiness indicators, maybe we can use all this kind of information to adjust our digital model, not only for the energy consumption, also for water consumption, or also for climate change analysis. We need to have data not only for climate past information. We need to analyze the future, and we need to incorporate in a public way data related with the IPCC original data. And why not we can create an energy analysis that gives you information from today, but from the future. We are incorporating isolation today, but the future it will be different than the climate data that we are using. This is crazy. So I think we need to stop to have a clear idea of all the information that we need to deal, levels, taxonomy, smart readiness indicators, digital building logbook, material passport. There are a lot of information, and think about how EPC or how this part of the model can be included in all of this problem. That means how we can create information that be useful to give a lot of answers to a lot of questions, not just one.
Thank you very much. Your analysis is very clear and explains that the complexity of the situations and the need of a lot of technical work. But my curiosity is, but at the end, let's imagine that everything is solved. We have the possibility of calculating anything. Yeah. At the end, for the final user, having so many indicators would be useful, or maybe he or she would be scared by all these informations and confused.
I think it's really, really very important to simplify the complexity. The models must be complex. We need to have information, the most data inside the models. But we need to create the way to, because if we create a standard or a methodology that only is understandable by 100 people, it's a mistake. So my idea is to work in a very simple way, creating very simple models, more nearest to the reality, nearest to have a pen and draw, but with a lot of information. So we need to work on it to have simple models, to work as a human with simple models, but thanks to the technology, incorporate all of this
So basically,
information.
we should separate the core of the model that can be full of equations and complexity, and the interface that should be very easy.
Think about Alexa. My grandmother can talk with Alexa that has a high complexity. There are artificial intelligence, but my grandmother can talk with it. No, it's the way. It's the way to have this conversation with the technology. Maybe we can create an Alexa and says, please create the life cycle assessment or the energy analysis of this model.
Sure.
Of course, we are not on it, but I think we need to think about this and think about we're using technology to have a technical answer.
Okay, thank you very much. Boris, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vincenzo. I'm really happy to be today with you. I'm really grateful for this opportunity, and also I'm really happy that we finally came to the end of the TIMEPAC project, that we have some results to show and share our knowledge and experience to the audience. Paul, you told us or asked us to give you an information what to do. I think the first thing is to try to combine the activities. You have 2 or 3 directives that could be really easily combined, and the things, for instance, that you are asking from member states to do in energy efficiency directive should be carefully combined with the things that you are asking us to do in EPBD. And also don't forget about directives about energy market, because we are installing smart meters, and the data from smart meters should also be used in a way that it can be also very useful for the EPCs. And when we are combining activities, for instance, if you do from the practical point of view, if you try to combine SRI auditing, energy auditing, and the EPC, that can be combined, and that can be at the end the final price for the user will be lower if those activities are combined, if those activities are done by the same group of experts. If you start with the SRI, you go through the questionnaire, you get the information about how the systems are working. Then in the energy audit, you go in depth analysis, collect the data, and at the end, you create a tailored specific energy performance certificate. I don't want to just talk, Vincenzo. So if you will give me a chance, guys, I want to ask you also, do you know what is the energy performance of the building in which you work and live in terms of kilowatt hours per square meter? How many actually have a clue? Please raise your hands. It's a huge number. But now I will ask you, do you know how much do you pay at your home for the energy? Do you have a clue about euros? Okay, I see more hands with the euros. And when you ask for the things that people actually understand, euros. When, for instance, a thing that I would like to see at the EPC, and I was involved, I had that luck that I was working on this in 2 different countries. So I was involved in 2007 when Croatia was trying to define the framework for this, and then moved back to Slovenia and start working on it in Slovenia too. The idea is at the end to give the simple answer to a client. If I do this, how much am I going to pay for the energy? That's the idea. At the moment, this is my current situation. I pay 1,000 euro per year. If I do this, if I don't do nothing, in 20 years, I will pay 100,000 euros or whatever. If I do this, I will pay less. And these are the terms that clients understand. In a way of how to manage it, how to be effective. Effectiveness comes when you actually try to combine things that you are doing in a way that producing some documents, defining some measures. And if those things are combined, then we can speak about effectiveness. For me personally, the biggest challenge is how to translate the EPC to common people. Because I have learned from my students who are renting flats, living in dormitories, they don't have a clue about EPC. my background is electrical engineering. If you think about SRI, this is the small revenge from the electrical engineers to the people who are not electrical engineers and were dealing about EPC. We are there now, so we have a ground. See, at the moment we are in the testing phase, but believe me, we will stay there. We will become the part of the story. But I asked my students, guys, do you know what is the SRI? What is the Smart Readiness Indicator? And I was shocked that only one in a group of 20 actually knew something about it. He didn't know much about details, but he knew that it is somehow connected with electrical vehicles. Only one segment of the story. So the first and very important step is try to make it understandable to a common people. We, as researchers and scientists, we are really, really excellent in making simple things look very complicated. We know how to do it. We know how to speak in our own language that common people are not able to understand us. The big problem is that we also have to address, I'm a big fan of using operational data, but when it comes to operational data, we have to take care about GDPR. And then we have a lot of problems. Because if you give me your operational data, for instance, in Slovenia, it is available. I can get 15 minutes data on electricity. I can get hourly data on natural gas consumption, on district heating consumption. So I have tons of data. But I have to ask people when I'm doing auditing and when I'm doing also EPCs, sign a couple of documents, please give me that. And with that data, I know when they are getting up, when they are going out, when I have a lot of information, and that is sensitive. So for me, future enhancement of the EPC is the biggest challenge is connected with that. How we are going to give that data, how we are going to utilize that data and not to compromise the safety and security. And the last thing that I want to mention today is one very important element that we learned, unfortunately, last year when we had a huge and terrible flooding in Slovenia. The information about climate, resilience of the building, security and safety is something that is really important. And the people are buying houses, they now want to know that information. And if that information can be somehow connected with the things that are already produced during the EPC generation, would be really, really important. And if you go to in today's time, months ago, terrible floodings in Austria. At the moment, horrible floodings in our neighboring countries. So these things about climate change and the things that are really, really interfering with our lives could be somehow integrated there.
Thank you, Boris, very much for your interesting considerations. You consider that the main target of the EPC is the final user. So this is an important item of discussion because there are also some possible other users that maybe need different information. So I have not an answer, of course, but it is something that is worthwhile to deepen, to understand. Maybe what I said during my presentation, that it should be customized, information should be addressed to different targets in a different way, of course. Well, you are not so short in your answers, so we have time for a very short round, 1 minute each, so as to leave the floor to the audience for more questions. So starting again from Francesca, if you want to give some final remarks or to add something in 1 minute.
Yes. We need, in my opinion, to standardize measures that maybe can be also implemented or suggested at European level to implement control, verification, quality processes, and also calculation methodologies that works at national and can be shared and harmonized at the European level. I think we are doing very big steps with the implementation of national database because we are forced to harmonize and standardize at national level what we have to provide to the European one. Also, we think we have to work to support the end user, as Boris was saying, because one of the main purposes of EPCs is to inform the end user about the energy performance it's building. So it's very important not to put a lot of new indicators, new information, new something on the EPCs, which now is mostly seen, especially in my country, in our country, as a bureaucratic procedures that you have to do when you sell or rent or add, mostly when you sell or rent your building. So it's not used as it should be, because EPC is a rich of information that can inform the citizen about its building and what it can do with its building to renovate it. So I think it's right to say we have to simplify things and but also have an help at the European level to standardize and harmonize all the new implementation and enhancing we are doing with the EPC process and scheme.
Thank you very much. Licinio?
Short answer. I think it's really very important to incorporate future claim data, because we are working today into buildings, and these have a responsibility for the next 40 years. I think it's really important. And of course, we need to use the standards that help us to share this information at the European level. So maybe the one standard as IFC is not enough if we are talking about energy analysis. So it's something important, because we can learn more if we can connect our information and share our knowledge.
Thank you. Boris?
I completely agree with the things that were said before, Licinio and Francesca. I think that also we need to simplify things, go back, admit that we have made some mistakes, try not to repeat them, and move from the planning phase to an implementation phase. And we should be aware that during the implementation phase, we will also make some mistakes, admit them, try to correct them, and move forward. Simple as that.
Thank you, Boris. Now we are maybe ahead of schedule, because there is some time for some questions from the audience. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm a little bit confused about our global objectives. We come from speaking deeply about EPCs and other schemes, and we're doing this because we want to reduce our environmental impacts and energy consumption and other impacts, as Licinio also was saying. But the main discussions now seems to go towards how complex our models are, and at the same time, how we want to map even further the territory. Like, for instance, at the beginning was said, enhancing EPC and including also acoustic comfort or thermal comfort and so on. So I have two questions. On one hand, well, it's more a comment. I think it's a risk, for instance, to enhance the EPC, including acoustic comfort, because the way we usually do it is to oversize what acoustic comfort is. And so we would definitely always go towards an increase in material consumption and lastly, energy consumption, if we also take into account environmental analysis, life cycle analysis. So we would actually go in the other direction where we are meant to go in reducing the consumption of resources. And yeah, I don't know if we are also looking at our reality from the wrong point of view. Like, for instance, now we are working with the Ministry of Education and Health in Ivory Coast, where the reality is completely different. they have this and they need this, and we have this and we have to reduce our needs, right? And so working from this complexity, I see it is quite difficult to make this effort of reducing. So maybe this could also be an idea for the next project, working from, if we were in a scenario where, for instance, from one day to the other, we have a big problem in the Hormuz and Iran area, and we don't have any oil coming evermore, and so we have to go towards a scenario of energy restriction. How would we able to have these tools to organize a distribution, a fair distribution, maybe not per square meter, but per person? Thank you.
Who wants to answer?
Me? I'm not sure if we need just one model. It was my dream. But maybe it's enough if we have a basic model and we don't repeat the model if we need to create an acoustic model or an energy model, because the technician that deals with energy models maybe don't need information about acoustical in this model. So I don't know the number of models you need, but I think it's enough if we can create just one simple model at the threshold of the design, and you can use and share this model to all of this kind of analysis. I think it will be enough. I don't need to create the facade 10 times to do life cycle analysis, energy consumption, acoustic. I think it can be enough for our day-by-day work, no? And maybe we can create this, but we need the information to create this model and to share it. It helps to work on this way, in my opinion.
Are you speaking about BIM? I guess.
I think it's not all. The question is, what is BIM for you? Is the same that for hair?
It's
That's
an
the
old
question, because
question.
there are people that BIM is only the EFC model. So I don't know if we can start this conversation now.
If I can add something.
No? Okay.
I can see your point and your point. We are. It's difficult to me to see something. You made the example of Alexa. The building stock, also the energy consumption, the energy efficiency are all linked among each other. But I think it's not easy to me to see a unique model that has all the information inside. Maybe it's more important to find models that are able to interact more with each other. So maybe you share the input information and then use it for different calculation that can be integrated and can dialogue between them. So if you have valuable information and reliable data, you don't need to calculate for example, the facade 10,000 times. You have one in your model that is not, but it's not full of other information, it's not full of other indicators. Maybe the EPC is just the EPCs it has been developed and created think for that kind of use and purposes. I'm not saying that it cannot be developed, it cannot be implemented, but it has a purpose, a main purpose. And in my opinion, it's better that we think about an EPC in this case that can dialogue with other kind of schemes. So you have more than one information, then thinking about just one model that has inside a lot of information that maybe are all related, for example, to energy efficiency or the building. But as you were saying, they are looking for different kind of design and they cannot really can be easily connect. I don't know if I explain my point of view.
If I may add just a final
Sure.
thing, I really like that you mentioned Ivory Coast and the problems that they are I'm sorry, the problems that they are really facing, and these are essential problems. We have done during the NECP preparation the last time, we have done a couple of dialogues with our neighboring countries, Slovenia, Hungary, Italy, and Austria. And we have realized that we based some of our calculations are based on the EPC data, and we realized that we are planning to install many heat pumps. And we have done the exercise to realize how many installers of the heat pumps we need in order to reach the 2030 target. And we have realized, for instance, for the Austria, they were starting with an A, the first country, and asked them how many of those guys you already have. They said the number. We said, okay, you need this one. From where you will get them? They said some educational system will give us that number. Then we are planning to import workforce. Okay, fantastic. Italy the same, Slovenia the same, Hungary the same, and Slovenia the same. And the question is from where we are going to import those guys. And we didn't tackle the part of producing the heat pumps. We just came to the having installers. Complexity of the problem is huge, but we must stay positive. We must believe that we are going to be able to resolve it. That would be it for my side, Vincenzo.
Thank you, Boris. Any more question? No question. Everybody is waiting for lunch.
Yes.
Okay, so I thank very much our notable speakers. I was very impressed by, and I'm very happy with this discussion. I hope it's the same for the audience. So thank you very much, and let's close this session. Is there any information about the lunch or? Okay. So enjoy your lunch.
I need more time to explain this.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's about to start to continue with the conference. I hope everybody is coming back from the lunch. So this third round is about improving building assessment through data integration. So data quality has been talked in the previous roundtables, also in the keynote from Pau. And here we will try to bring more light, but in the technical point of view. Yeah, so from the technical point of view. My name, by the way, is Álvaro Sicilia. I'm a researcher from La Salle, Ramon Llull University. And it's my pleasure to have here this panel. I will start with Gloria. Gloria Calleja Rodriguez has a degree and a PhD in industrial engineering. She's a project manager in CEMOSA, leading the area of digitalization in building environment. Her experience is in the fields of energy efficiency, buildings, and digitalization. Then we have Thomas Bednar. He's a professor at the Institute for Building Materials Technology, Buildings Physics, and Building Ecology at the Technical University of Wien. Then his research focuses on the development of predictive methods for building design, construction, and operation. And he's representative in multiple international research collaborations, evaluation committees, and European and international standardization bodies. And finally, we have Rolando Viere Arenas. He's an architect and has a PhD in urban and architectural management and valuations. Currently, he's a lecturer professor and a researcher at the Center of Land Policy and Valuations at the Barcelona School of Architecture at the University Politecnico de Catalunya. His experience has been focused on urban management systems and urban regeneration processes, including residential energy retrofit and its financing and support mechanisms such as one-stop shops. Great, so that's presentation. So when we started the project 3 years ago, we started with more or less this question, yeah?
Are our EPC databases prepared for the EPBD recast? The EPBD recast in that time was just it wasn't approved. It has been approved several weeks ago, but we started to figure out if the current databases that we have and the sample that we took was the pilots that we have in the project, seven different countries and regions. And the first step that we did was to carry out an EPC database auditing process. So we developed a methodology starting from understanding the databases. We developed 19 different metrics to understand how these databases are in different terms, if they are connected or not to external sources, the number of users, the complexity, so if the databases are complex or not, and other kinds. This we make a survey for DB experts or DB users to understand or to collect this information to calculate those metrics. And then we carry out interviews with those experts. And at the end, we develop this deliverable that is available in the website. Just for giving you an example of those metrics, for example, we have the simplified database complexity index that explores the number of elements that, at data model level that we have in our databases. If we have a higher number, means that it's more complex. Means that if we have to modify those databases for the future elements that the EPBD will ask for, then it will be more difficult for us, in terms of resources or time spent. And as you can see, the index is not so high. Only Croatia database has a higher index, but the other indexes are more or less okay. Also, we explore if currently they are storing other data that are not EPCs, for example, monitoring data, which would be very interesting for the enhanced EPC or for the new EPBD. And also if they are storing renovation passport data. And as we can see, we have only one database up to 7 that has this data nowadays. Probably, as we saw with El Warning Pass, there are other databases that they have this kind of data. Yeah. Then we ask another question. Okay, databases have this, so they have these schemas, they work as we saw before, but in terms of the data that is stored in the database, how accurate is this data? Yeah? And for this question, the whole consortium carry out this process, this data quality process that was led by the Politecnico, the Torino, and we carry out this process to understand if for example, to extract some quality rules to detect these EPCs that doesn't make sense. Also, to build some archetypes in order to carry out long-term renovation of the building stock. And also to extract some confidence values that can be used for doing a pre-check. So before the certifier sends the EPC to the national authority or to the energy authority, they can do this pre-check to understand if the data could be submitted or not, because maybe they have some flaws or some failures. Yeah, all of these outputs, these guidelines also are in this deliverable, and is available in the website of the project. With regard to this quality assessment, we have defined a lot of rules and have been applied in the databases that we had in the project that we have. And for example, in the case of Piemonte and in the case of Catalonia in ICAEN, we conduct this data quality process and we achieve the 30% of EPCs are invalid. Yeah, so they have inconsistencies that make this EPC invalid, that you cannot trust it. And Pau said that he has data about Denmark only, so now you have also about Catalonia and Piemonte, and it's not a sample, so it's not few buildings that we have analyzed. In the case, at least for Catalonia, we analyze all the EPCs that we have, 1,400,000. Yeah. And also we have set up controls for the EPC input. So these rules that the input data must comply have been defined with this work that we have done. And I like to know that also in the Piemonte region, they are going to implement those rules in the next months. So at the end, we have an impact on the people's life, at least with these controls that will be implemented. And the final question that attached to this roundtable is the following. Yeah, can we use BIM for generating an EPC to improve the data quality? So here we wanted to explore how to generate an EPC from a BIM. Yeah, and of course we know that at least for a residential building it doesn't make sense. Yeah, but if we have a broader picture and we think that this EPC is part of or will be part of a renovation passport or will be part of a digital building logbook, then maybe it's worth to create this BIM model. Yeah. So in the project we developed these guidelines. These guidelines is a comprehensive document that enables architects and designers to create the BIM model in a way that later can be easily generated the EPC. And through these guidelines are based on an open interoperability that maybe is a topic to discuss today, using standards and open interoperability. And these guidelines are available in the TIMEPAC website and the Academy. We applied these guidelines in 30 buildings in 6 different countries. We created buildings from BIM models from scratch. Others were already available and we rechecked. Yeah, we validated. There were residential buildings and tertiary buildings. Yeah? Okay. Also, we conducted a reliability study to understand if the BIM models, after the BIM models were built, the EPC has greater or lesser quality than created DPC from the floor plans. It's written in the deliverables. The gains are there. So we have improved the data quality of the EPCs through this methodology and through using BIM. So we're happy about that. So that's all for my part. Now we have these questions that we are going to ask our panel. We will start with the first one. How can BIM improve energy performance certification, renovation passports, digital building logbooks? So all these instruments that are now in the PPD, how BIM what is the role of BIM in this scenario? So who wants to start? Okay, Rolando.
Okay, perfect. Well, sorry, I'm not an engineer. I'm just an architect. Okay.
Don't be sorry.
My question or my opinion regarding the first question is in the same line than the question that I made in the first roundtable. I think that the most important in this situation, in the current situation, is not about how can BIM improve. Of course, it's important, but is if the society, the technicians, and the administrations are prepared to integrate these BIM models in the way to improve the certifications or what else.
Mm-hmm.
Another question is about the BIM objectives. Of course, someone said in the second roundtable, I think so, what is the objective of prepare a BIM model? And not only the objective of the BIM model is important, also the compatibility of data, the geometry, the integration of data with the geometry, the different private companies that are preparing different software to analyze BIM. And maybe it's very important to understand that the integration in the way to improve this certification is previously the need to generate a consensus regarding the formats, regarding the structures, regarding the most essential types of buildings that can be integrated in these programs. For example, a new building maybe is easy developed in a BIM model. A rational program could be fine prepared in BIM model, but the same model, the efficiency of the same model of building is not the same one, depending the location, for climate, for sun location, etc. And it's important not to understand only the structure of BIM model, at the same time, the location of the building in the geolocalization. Some years ago, 25, 30 years ago, we have this similar problem with GIS. How can GIS, different companies integrate data, generate an open system, an open format, and a format that be compatible for all companies and for all administration and for all nations? And I think that in this case, this is another gap of this technology now. This is my first. You said short answers. I think that is the most important. Then we can follow.
I like it a lot. You bring the concept of standards. I don't know, Thomas, maybe you can say something about the standards because also you talk about before, yeah? I don't know what is your opinion on that.
Yep. My personal feeling is that if we realize the vision of BIM, then we can dramatically improve EPCs. It's clear to have a renovation passport, and the digital logbook is nothing else than that the BIM model is really used all the time. So if we are coming to a state that we can, from the first idea, I have an old building, I hire a design team, they set up some ideas, they give me some decision support, and I decide, and then I get fundings, grants, and so on. And if this is a continuous flow of digital information that immediately enhances dramatically the EPC, of course, then and I can, if I'm the owner, I can check if the monitoring results after each renovation steps go in the right direction. If a child comes up, I can add the child in my digital model. I see the energy increase. And so of course, yeah, if you have a continuous flow of information, nothing is doubled, it will dramatically improve everything.
Thank you. Gloria?
Okay, so thank you very much. I think that BIM can improve energy performance certification regarding quality because assuming that you have updated BIM models, which is
the point, yeah.
important, and with enough level of development, you have very detailed information in the BIM model about geometry, spaces, property of the materials, features of the HVAC system. So it's there. It's quality data. So the EPC at the end that relies on that data will be more will have more quality. I like what you said that how much costs this BIM model, if it is worthy to do it for the EPC. Maybe just for the EPC, no, but clearly EPC should be, from my point of view, should be prepared to rely on BIM models for those buildings that already have BIM models for other reasons. So EPC they have to be prepared because many buildings and more will have BIM models for other reasons. Also, I think they will, if BIM, using BIM models or BIM speed up the process because all the information is concentrated, all the information that you need for the EPC is concentrated in the BIM model. And also BIM helps to automate all the EPC. And regarding digital building logbook, for me, it's a must that inside digital building logbooks, BIM models are stored. So,
okay, thank you. And in the project in TIMEPAC, we did some validation workshops with the industry, and we did some with some of the people that is here in ICAEN. And one concern that came up was that, okay, I have the BIM model, but for the construction, yeah. But if I needed another one for doing the EPC or any simulation, usually my company rebuilds from scratch. So I have two models that they don't speak each other. And if it comes a child or there is some modifications, then I have to rebuild the modifications in the energy model. Yeah. So they are not connected. And I see in this perhaps one of the barriers to adopt BIM because it requires a lot of efforts because you have to create different models. Yeah. So this brings to the second question. Yeah. What are the main barriers for adopting BIM for EPCs, renovation passports, and logbooks? Thomas?
Yeah, I think the barrier started 30 years ago when the current way how we exchange data has been developed. And if you use IFC today, you cannot be sure how the data for the others in the team can be transported.
Yeah.
So, and the question is, now we have a lot of standardization committees which try to put down parameters in Excel sheets and give some ideas. I think the real barrier is that we should, and that's something we did 10 years ago. If you have nothing and you want to achieve the vision, how should this look like? And it turned out that at the end, we have our tools that analyze the performance of buildings like costs, acoustics, structural, and so on, energy performance, that they actually should be developed in a way that they can transport their data model in a common open environment, and then they find the information that's already there. So the barrier actually is the way how we currently try to further develop this idea from 30 years ago. And we would propose to do it a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, at the end, it needs a full, from our point of view, a full open source environment, a full open data environment to achieve the digital sovereignty at the end, because we have to transform the data every 5 years, because in 100 years, somebody has to open the file and he must know how to recycle, how to reuse all the things. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And that if this is something we want to achieve, then let's do it the right way.
So interoperability nowadays between tools and interoperability nowadays with the future, yeah, the past.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very good, Gloria.
So maybe to understand my answer, is good to say that I'm working in an engineering consultancy company, and one of the contracts that we have is to do EPCs for our clients, also renovation, and so for me it's a problem of the market, because EPCs are sell too cheap, and BIM costs money, and so for me this is the main barrier, I would say.
So the money, yeah, the resources, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm agree with you. Of course, it's about money. It's about the budget that we have to prepare the certifications. I saw yesterday your presentation regarding that you are working, and I think that is a fantastic work. But I think that in addition to the cost, the other main barrier is the availability, the willingness about the whole group of professionals that prepare certifications in the way to use BIM models, because now here in Spain, they use one or another digital program, they introduce some data, and they finally get the EPC. It's right, it's better, it's not so better, but it's final certification. It's simple, technologically do it. And the introduction of a BIM model as previous stage to generate the certification is a technological, methodological, and in the line of the procedure, a complication, because now I think that is simple, and maybe the introduction of BIM is a complexity in a new stage in the process, is add complexity in the process in general, and I think that is another problem. And of course, the problems of the compatibility, the interoperability between programs, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this connects with, I think, the first roundtable that somebody asked about training. Yeah, that we need some training for skill up the people. Yeah, so yeah, of course, if we put the BIM model as an intermediate step between the architect or the certifier and the final EPC, yeah, it could be difficult for them. Yeah, just to do the EPC, just to do the BIM model for the EPC. But I guess that we need to look the broader picture, yeah. And before we move to the next one, I will also ask if a BIM model is worth for a residential building, yeah. Because usually for big buildings like this one, office building, okay, it's worth because you can do also for facility management, you can do for several reasons, yeah. But for a residential building, is there any business model behind, or is worth create a BIM model for a residential building?
I'm sure, because you add a complexity in the process again. And not only in residential, because if the residential buildings are prepared by using different types or different prototypes, it would be easy. But not all the residential buildings are new. Now we must think that in Europe, the main problem is in the oldest building. And we make the renovation of these buildings. And some of them are or have heritage limitations because can be cataloged, etc., and they have particularities, or the buildings that we have in our all areas of the city are not regulars, have different complexities that maybe the system is not prepared now to incorporate in these initial models. And I think that this is another gap of the problem now.
So right.
Overall in residential building.
Yeah.
I think I'm totally different opinion on that, because if you have an old building and you have to decide, do I add solar thermal collectors, do I go for a heat pump, do I install a biomass boiler? So you have to decide on life cycle costs. But how can you do it in the most simple way? You need to assess your heating demand, your cooling demand, lighting demand. Do you do it in an Excel sheet? Then you add some costs and future scenarios. So this is in your Excel sheet. Now you started the BIM model. Why is it in an Excel sheet? Because it's not so easy to give it to the architect. Now I have I decide on inside insulation and the solar thermal collector. And he starts in his CAD tool. He draws everything and does similar things. So it's our current software world is actually the big barrier. And why is the software industry the big barrier?
I'm not sure.
That's the question, yeah? Why are they not interested in a good workflow? And if they have a good reason not to be interested in a good workflow, because if I start in my Excel sheet and you can continuously work with that, then the BIM model is no problem. At the end, we get a good energy performance certificate. But if they have a good reason not to be part of that, we have to find a solution for that. Then.
Thank you, Thomas. This point that you bring here connects with something that has been said before. Yeah, before somebody said we need complex model for doing all the calculations, but then users should receive simple information or simple data. Yeah, and maybe here happen the same. Yeah, we need complex BIM models with all the information for carry out simulations, acoustics, and so on. But then the architect, the people who is in the construction works, needs simpler model, perhaps.
His views on the model. Yeah, everybody needs only the view he really needs. Yeah.
Okay, Gloria, you want?
Well, regarding the question if it is worth it to have BIM models for residential buildings, in general, I would say yes. Maybe some specific cases, no, but just for facility management, for tracking the changes of the building during the life cycle of the building, for me it's worth it. Okay.
And I would add something. Yeah. And suddenly my solar thermal collector is not working again. Now I have to call in plumber. So what do I give him? I give him my BIM model because that's holistic. He can read it and he can immediately see, okay, at that time the pump should work, or your pump must be wrong. He can easily check the pump, and it does not depend on the plumber and the software he uses. That's the future world. Of course, that's not working currently because the software industry seems to be the barrier.
But if the model is not prepared to solve the problem that you have in particular, because the models are prepared for some finality, and if it was prepared for other idea, for other group of problems, and it's not prepared to include the information that you need for this problem, you must add a new information. But you must generate a new connection of data, a new volume of data, a new step in the process.
But when I decided on my pump, there was a model that was capable to check if this is a good system and the performance and so on. So in the history, there must have been a tool. So why shouldn't the plumber after 5 years have a less capable tool? Problem is that if I cannot give him all the data in an interoperable way, that he can read it with all his tools, which are similar, and the EN ISO 52 series goes down to every pump, every pipe, every millimeter of construction materials. Yeah? So if we use the current tools that we have, they have all the information. The problem is the workflow, and the question is why is the software industry not capable of producing a product that really helps everybody? Yeah?
I don't have the answer, but
No, me neither.
here we have some industry partners. Maybe they can answer later at the end of the roundtable. So you are focusing on software, okay, great. But I think that also the users, the people, the plumber who will use this BIM model should have the skills to understand what he's seeing and to play with the tool. So also how the tool enables you to explore the BIM model also is a point here, yeah?
Yeah, and that's right. It's also, we see that a plumber normally is very hands-on, and he's not used to use a simulation to see his system working. So that's, if you go for the young ones, they'll use a lot of simulations at home.
And one thing that, okay, if we have the central BIM model, it should be fit with data, yeah? And should be updated along the time, yeah? I don't know, Gloria, this tool that you presented yesterday about how to identify damages, and I don't know if this fits in this area. Yeah?
Of course, yeah. It's I think it's completely necessary to have tools where you can storage the data, like digital building logbooks or digital twins. But it's very, very important to have tools to verify that the data that we have about the building is up to date. And explaining a little bit about we have in the OpenDBL project, we have a DBL, and we are developing a mobile app for building inspections to verify that data, to do quality control that is connected to the digital building logbook. And this is the idea.
Very good. Let's talk now about the next question. What are the main challenges in data integration between these tools? Yeah, BIM, EPCs, Renovation passports, and the DBL logbook. Yeah, Rolando.
Well, I think that are basically about interoperability, about data structures, about functionalities. For example, Gloria, when you are talking about the structure, no, the problem is not only the structure of data, is the source of the obtention of the data, how you get the data. Do we have open data sources from the public administrations to integrate, for example, the climate zone? Do we have data to integrate the location problems or the urban regulations? Do we have open data to integrate technical data, et cetera, and the structure depends of the data that you are incorporating. In time, you get a data and you try to complete one column of some structure of data, and it's impossible because the source is not compatible with the column, not with the global structure. And I think that is the main problem. I think that is the cost, and of course, the global data structure, attention, process, structure, internal structure, and of course the layouts that you need to generate with this structure.
Yeah, I completely agree. So structure between different sources should match, or at least we find the way to match them, and also the semantics, yeah?
Yep.
Because maybe you say climate zone, and another source says another thing, and are the same, yeah? For both things. Gloria?
So I think the main challenge, or one of the main challenges, is that the building data is very distributed, and it has many different formats. The thing is, we are dealing with a very difficult context, because we are too many with many different profiles, meaning that we have the architect, the expert on geotechnique, the expert on a structure, the expert on HVAC, and also working in many different times. So maybe 50 years ago it was designed, then some part of the building was changed 20 years ago, then so the life cycle is so long that it makes the problem very, very difficult. And in addition, we have a lack of standardization that doesn't make the problem easy.
Okay, Thomas.
just one idea in front before I talk about the main challenges. Who thinks that we need more information than there are geometries, volumes, built with a substance. A substance has technical parameters, and different volumes are glued or screwed together. This information, I can describe everything in a building. It's just geometries with a material screwed or glued together, or they are just close to each other with an uncertain gap. Okay, some of the parameters are uncertain if you talk about old buildings. Question mark, material question mark. The second thing we need, some of the volumes are moving around. We call it people, animals. So some of the geometry is moving and it releases heat and moisture or noise or whatever. And the last thing that's missing is, and we need a logic why a valve opens if a sensor tells you something. Yeah. So there's real life data on some of these volumes. And with these three main topics of information, we can actually describe everything. The complexity starts that if I'm talking about building physics, I want to know the U value and not the wall and the geometry. But that's an abstraction, because from history we learned how to make it easier for hand calculations, and then we programmed hand calculations, and we still have a U value, and we don't start with the full geometry and the numerical method to calculate the temperature field. Yeah? Mm-hmm. So the main challenge is actually to go one step back, rethink what is the basics we really need, and how to synchronize different methods which are abstractions of that. The structural engineers just need the load-bearing structure and the main area, main faces and edges and so on. They don't need the rest are loads. Yeah. But also the loads are geometries with a density and so on. Yeah. So the challenge is go one step back, rethink the thing, and then we can find the real data integrate, the way how we integrate the data.
Yeah. You mentioned, all of you, and now we are or in another, that there is a lack of standards, yeah? Because IFC is there, yeah? It has been there for several years. It's not working 100% for interoperability, but it's there, yeah? So what we can do with that, yeah? With IFC, I mean.
Yeah, we just have to develop IFC 6.0.
Now it's 4, so...
Oh, don't laugh. Sabine is showing you the outlook to IFC 6.0.
Okay, and I don't know, Gloria, you want to say something about that?
It's a difficult question for me. What should we do? We have to extend the... We have to extend the scope of IFC. I'm not sure if using exactly IFC or with new approaches that can be combined with IFC. Or so this is I don't have an answer on that exactly how. Mm-hmm. Because I think it's difficult, but we have to find a solution on how to extend.
Rolando?
Well, a lot of things that could be included here, but maybe in this kind of products, commercial products, how can be included the ESG criteria in all the levels of the information? What kind of information and sustainability, what kind of information and governance must be included in each level of the basic program to generate different levels of information? Include how can be included the local or national regulations, because from these regulations depends finally the figures, the structure of the final building. All this information could be included, but is necessary really? Which is exactly the minimum requirements that must be included mandatory in this structure. All these topics could be included, but I'm not sure if the companies are in this position to prepare the software. And I think that maybe this is related with the next question, no, about the potential of the BIM. Of course, is huge, but we must ask us if the administrations, regional, locals, nationals, are in the disposition to talk with the companies that generate the programs to discuss indeed the main information that must be included, the global structure and the financing. Of course, we know that Europe has developed a lot of financing in different levels, but I'm not sure that if it's easy generate to an agreement between administrations and companies that provide the softwares.
Yeah, I think it's interesting point. Yeah, the companies and so the software developers with the top level authority, yeah, EU or whatever. Thomas, you in the questions before to Pau, you mentioned about open sourcing. Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to go there or your point.
I think, I mean, we talk always about companies. If you think about university, we want to teach civil engineers, architects, mechanical engineers. So how can we teach them if they cannot calculate? Because some of the calculations cannot be done by hand. So we need tools. Okay, but our PhD students, they can also program an open source code. Even if they have a little bit more time, it's well documented. And the problem is that the current simulation tools, they cannot export their data model. But Sabine will then show from basics informatics, modern informatics, how you can really achieve a situation where the simulation tools start to connect all their data models at the end, and how can be this made in a platform. And of course, then at the end, you have to have a role model, because industry always needs some kind of role model, especially if it's so interdisciplinary. And it must be very flexible, because there's a design team with a very clever tool, and they should also be able to add the tool into the chain of their work. Yeah, because that's their knowledge. But if in 100 years somebody needs some of these informations and we know it now, then this small part should also be transported in the model. So you cannot standardize the types in the data model. You should be on a higher level, actually. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
And I wanted to add something. What we are really missing is also with the current IFC standard is a lot of validation exercises. So enter one building, export IFC, load it into your tool, export it, or change something, export it, and do it back. We did this with the Austrian army, because they were confronted. They have 3,000 3D models of floors and some drawings attached to them. And they were told by the software company, well, you have to redraw it, everything. We don't import the old things. Yeah? And then we programmed actually an export and importer for AutoCAD. BricsCAD was involved, and Karlsruhe Institute of Technology finalized the IFC definitions, and we showed how we can transport parameterized geometries from one tool to the other. And the conclusion of the Austrian army was, now here's the proof how you should do it. Please immediately do it. That's already, I think, more than 5 years ago. So where's the real barrier? You take some people from university, they achieve they solve the problem, but the industry is paralyzed.
A good question. From the industry and connected to the Gloria answer just before, that one, there is a wave that came from the academy, which is all this stuff about linked data, semantic web technologies, that try to simplify models, and try to connect them, yeah? And maybe this can be an answer to this interoperability. But at the end, the software developers that create these BIM tools should adhere to these standards, yeah? Okay, this connects to the last question, the long-term potential of the integrated data with this tool. So which is the future that you foreseen, or you can foresee? Gloria, please.
So I think when we use the integrated data, we will optimize a lot our processes. Because I don't know, for me will be like paradise because we are losing every time we have to give a service for a building, an existing building. We lose so much time trying to collect data information from that building. It's a lot of time calling the facility manager who might and the owner and then got so many visits that we have to do to identify the building that for me will be paradise if all the information of the building is integrated and accessible. So for me it will be time optimization for sure. And I also another thing that I like potential that I see of that integration is that we could do very easily continuous building assessment, and this is very important to for the EPCs and for every building assessment to be sure that is represented the building like it is right now in every minute and not like it was 4 years ago. And this is another potential, I think.
On that, Rolando, I don't know.
Yeah, well, as I said, I think that the potential is huge, but I think that must be understood in the global framework in which we are talking now. The EPBD from 22 define the main line of action, and during these 23 years, a really small part of the buildings has been renovated. And of course, this is a very important tool that can help to develop the future, not only of the EPC, the future of the different models that can help in the programming the process of renovation in the stage by different buildings for housing, for different uses. But it must be understood as a tool that can help to this way. And this way is in a global framework. This tool is not independent of the different stakeholders that take part in the process: administration, developers, families. And the assistance of the families, the advice of the families is important in this process, because finally, the owners of the building must pay for the certification, and they must pay for this implementation in the model. Are they really with the willingness to pay for this kind of sources that they doesn't understand? Maybe it's basic, explain what is the importance of this tool in the global process. As is important, explain why it's important live in housing, in a dwelling with better energy conditions, health, comfort, etc., etc.
It's a tough question, yeah,
I think
if
so.
they are willing to pay or not. Thomas?
Yeah, I would like to address also the topic on circular economy. Currently, there are marketplaces are set it up for old components. And the big question is, what is the performance of that old component? So now building physics is very important, because the corrosion processes during these years have to be assessed. If you have really integrated building data, you can much more better assess the potential performance. Of course, you also know when has it been installed, perhaps which company was it, and where are we now? So also for a circular economy, where you sell your old building at the end in parts, it might be really helpful. And for example, at the Viennese airport, they really would like to have a digital twin, where not only to check the current efficiency of their system, and they always find valves that are blocked and so on, and might be much easier, but especially for training the staff. Because if you're a new person and you have to know a complex building, which kind of building service systems are here, and what do I do to have so I can make my training actually also in such an integrated building data environment. Yeah.
Very nice point, Thomas. Now it's time for the audience. There is any question for the panel? Is any question? Everything is clear?
Hello. I was wondering a little bit around the last question. I do feel like maybe the focus now or in this conversation so far has been more onto what kind of data and information we can get into the BIM model and look at all this data that we can have and all the information that we can have. And it would be so wonderful if it was all like unified and everyone could access and use it. But how much is it actually going to help us in improving the performance? Like how much do we actually have to know? Because I'm also thinking that if we're going to have a digital twin of every building in every city, how much data is actually that? Where is that going to be stored? Where are we going to have those data centers? And do we need actually minute by minute data? Do we need to know that a family has like gotten another kid and how much internal gains that is adding? Like what is are we now just chasing more information, or have we actually also thought about what kind of information we actually need and how we're going to use the information?
Wow. Who wants to?
I'm not sure is the answer.
It's a perfect question, of course, yeah. And of course, you always have to decide what are the benefits, what are the costs, environmental costs, financial costs of the things you're doing. So there cannot be a general answer. But if we check buildings and people complain about performance, or even if they don't complain, but the energy bill is quite high, that's the moment where we have to know how many children are there. So, and if it's easy, yeah, of course, you have always green IT and green software development is also very important, because it should not, if you don't need the digital twin 10 years, it should not emit CO2. Huh? So that's also a way how we store the data and how we use it at the end. Huh?
I have also one comment. There is a lot of data that is already stored. Yeah, all the smart meters. We have at least 5-6 years with the smart meters that are mandatory in all buildings. So we have this data. It's not accessible for all the common people, but it's there. So now with the digital building logbook, we ask for store more quality data, and IFC or BIM can be this kind of data. So I think it's worth to go in that direction. I don't think that it should be a computational problem. Yeah. So we have the servers to do that. Yeah, for sure. It's a matter of willing to do that. Yeah. And also to use this data for the whole life cycle of the building, from the public bodies, from the owner, from the architects. So all the life cycle of the building should have access to this data and to enrich this data over the time. I think that we can do that. Okay, is any other question?
So, about accessing the BIM, do you think that notary and real estate agent should have access to the BIM models?
Real
estate.
Real estate BIM models, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Real estate and who else?
The first was the notary.
Notary. Okay.
Notary.
For me, it's always if the building owner allows to, then of course, but it's the building owner who has to allows that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in the case of real estate promoters and managers, I think that is, of course, a help as in the old production line, no? But again, we come back to the same problem. The information that they need is different than the information that is needed in the case of energy certification. The real estate managers require another kind of information in the data. The integration of registral information is legal. We have problems with the privacy of data. We have the problem about who can use the data that is integrated in the global structure. The tokenization is basic in this process. Who can generate data, who can manage, who can use the final data is different, no? And this is a global structure that must be generated. And in the case of real estate, of course, it's a very potential tool, is important, the use that they can generate in the BIM models, but the information that we incorporate for real estate is different than the energy. The energetic, of course, but more than this one.
Okay, there's more questions? Yeah.
Hello.
Okay. It's not really a question, but more a remark or to build on. Thomas, you talked about giving a BIM model to plumbers, for instance. And I actually worked on a likewise case for the georeferencing of heating appliances in homes that we also wanted to give a BIM model. We actually developed a BIM model together with the heating appliance companies, etc., with the people from the industry. And the conclusion was that it's, like you said, it's too complex. The installers didn't understand what they were getting. So it was a process back and forth. We simplified it. And at the end, it was just a GIS, just a map with a building on top with addresses. And if you click on the address, you get a list. These apartments are there. And even then was on the edge of being too complex. And the result is that they don't care anymore after a while and just say, yeah, I can't find it. It's safe. It's okay. And they close the application. And we get the result that it's a safe heating appliance. It works. It's valid. The attestation is okay, but we don't know where it is. We only have the rough address and not the georeferencing. So it's a bit sad that projects didn't really fail, but it's a lot more empty than we had hoped it to be.
I can understand. We of course always had the same experiences. So the question is, what specific plumber really needs? The other thing is, if you make an experiment, how far can they get? You should choose them. So if you choose the group of motivated plumbers, then you will get a much better feedback what they really need. And in 20 years, they will be the old ones. Sorry? You always start with the first movers in industry. And of course, there must be a benefit for them. Yeah? And if you have to change your habit, it always takes energy. So which plumber is investing that energy? And he must have a very good reason for that. So it needs a lot of communication and motivation. Yeah. So if you don't want to be frustrated in a project, find the right partners. Yeah. That's also our conclusion out of that. And then at the end, everybody will do something better, a little bit better. Yeah.
Okay, so I think that we're done. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Next session? Yes. It's already 15 minutes back, right? Okay, so we are doing very well on time at exactly 3 o'clock. This is perfection, absolutely. So according to the program, now we have 15-minute break just to change for the paper presentations. So you have your time to relax now, and we will open the next session with the papers. We will follow the order that is in the program. So those who are presenting, please just remember the program order, and we'll start at 3:15, right? Thank you.
Let's start this part of the conference that is dedicated to the presentations selected through the open call. And they're about the current research in building energy performance and assessment. I'm the pleasure to chair the first session that is dedicated to the enhanced EPC. I'd like to introduce myself. I am Ilaria Ballarini. I am an associate professor in building physics and building energy systems at the Department of Energy of Politecnico di Torino in Italy. This session, so on the enhanced EPC, is quite related to TIMEPAC because, as we have seen today, TIMEPAC was focused on the enhancement of the procedure related to the energy performance certification, focusing on the EPC generation by including new indicators, focusing on EPC data storage and integration, on the EPC data analysis in order to increase the quality of the information contained in the certificates, and also in the EPC data exploitation as useful information to carry out renovation plans for the existing building stock. So in this context, the presentation of these sessions that are outside the TIMEPAC project provide some examples on the ongoing research that it's aimed at different objectives, like to increase the accuracy of methods and tools for energy performance assessment of buildings, to enhance the integration of data and tools, and also to improve the indicators framework. I'd like to remember to each presenter that you have maximum 15 minutes of presentation because we have a quite tight schedule. And the question and answer will be at the end of the session. So now it's time to start. I'd like to introduce the first paper that is titled Local Levelized Cost of Energy, Enhancing the Smart Readiness Indicators and EPC with Financial Indicators. The author is Rolf Bastiansen of Bax & Company in Barcelona, Spain. Hi, the floor is yours. Please.
Great, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to present this paper. I'm a bit nervous. Earlier today, we saw some professors speak, and I think there was a session too where someone said, I'm not an engineer, I'm just an architect. And then I thought, oh God, I'm not even I'm neither. I'm a consultant. And I'm not even an energy consultant. So this discussion of today has been very technical. And that also proved the problem for me because I wanted to say something like, I love EPC. But after the complexities of what I heard today, I'm not so sure if I love it. I do love using EPCs, and that maybe is what this my presentation is about. My name is Rolf Bastiansen. I'm a consultant in innovation projects. It's a very open label. What I do is, over the past 5 to 10 years, I've worked with the valuation industry. So that's the people that look at buildings and increasingly at EPCs to see what the energy efficiency of a building is and see if that might affect the value of a building. I've worked with banks who increasingly use EPCs to see to what extent they lend money to an investor or an owner and against what conditions. I work with cities who use EPCs in a very different way than what I heard today, basically to come up with larger scale programs to invest in energy efficiency for entire districts or entire cities. And these days I work with, one of the parts of the vast machinery that is the European Commission, the program Driving Urban Transitions, to see if we can innovate or develop the concept of positive energy districts and local energy communities. So that's a bit of my background. I'm not an engineer. I'll make tons of mistakes. When I was invited here, I thought it should sound a bit academic-y, so I tried to do that. Don't assess me for my academic qualities. That would be really, really not the point. Local levelized cost of energy, and why should we look at other indicators, or why should we look more at financial indicators to see what's going to happen with the market if we want to achieve energy efficiency in buildings? Yeah, the decision-making part here. So there, of course, is a very complex background in EPCs, and it's getting increasingly complex. And that's what your work is mostly at, and it's important work. I typically work with not with tenants and building owners who respond to signals, usually on the short term, for improving their home. I work mostly with policymakers or that vague group of people in between, valuers or policymakers at regional level. And they use EPCs or similar indicators, I think at a very, very large scale to impact what buildings look like in the future. And that was my contribution, hopefully, to TIMEPAC, to show that element. Because EPC and the smart readiness indicator, they seem to have a very strong consumer focus. So actually, I've never seen an EPC. I took this one from the internet. It shows the kind of indications of what you could do to improve your dwelling or your building. So that's like the 500 to 5,000 euros improvements. It's very useful if you're the owner occupier. But as I mentioned, there are other people who use EPCs in a very different way. You'll see at the bottom right the RICS, the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, describe how a valuer should look at buildings and how they take EPC into account for valuing. They have about 10 seconds to make a judgment call, really, about what the value is. And the EPC is very critical in doing so. Increasingly, groups of banks, like the energy efficiency financial institutions groups, are taking EPCs into account in lending criteria, the amount that you lend and the interest rate against which you lend. And then we're talking all of a sudden billions of euros that are being transacted in a different way just because of that one number. So that's pretty amazing. And but life is getting a bit more complex. So buildings and grids are getting linked a lot more closely than they used to be. It used to be mostly about facades, EPCs. So that's your energy performance. But we now see generation, we see energy storage, and we see increasingly building grid services, flexibility services, where all of a sudden your building starts to create money. And that's interesting, at least for investors, at least for lenders. It probably makes life for EPC certifiers a lot more difficult. But what we see when we talk to building owners or, for example, social housing investors or cities, you'd see, well, if we want to invest in buildings and we make those buildings smart, that probably will cost 10,000 euros more or so per building. But over a lifetime, it will definitely earn itself back. First of all, you reduce your energy costs. Second of all, you start to transact on energy markets. So all of a sudden, the energy is no longer a spend that goes to the large utilities of the world. It's actually a community-owned or building owner-owned, or it's an SME-owned asset. And I think it will be the largest value shift, I think, in our economy over the coming 10 years. It's that massive energy economy moving down to communities where benefit will fall, and that's where it should be. But that's a new perspective. And what I've done over the past years to see if that actually can be quantified and how then should we measure to an effective, I would say, effective way, energy labels or alternative labels for the value of energy in buildings. This is my attempt to sound academic. I'm sorry. It does link back to, I think, one of the previous speakers. It was Boris Suchis, who's mentioned, what do actually consumers use? They want to know what your energy bill is, to some extent, and maybe want to know what your energy price is. And if buildings become an energy generating asset, why not look at buildings the same way investors in power plants look at their buildings? They use levelized cost of energy. If I invest a certain amount, millions, hundreds of millions, and it will produce hydropower or nuclear power over time, you can simply calculate the cost of kilowatt hours over that initial investment that you made. If it's a coal-fired power plant, you have to add the cost of coal. If it's wind or solar, you don't have to add that much cost anymore. It is your initial investment. So that might be an interesting way to start looking at the energy labels or energy performance and the price of energy for buildings in a way that consumers and investors or local policymakers look at it. But there's one complexity that we see, and I think it was referred to earlier today as well. We used to have similar energy prices across national levels. That will no longer be the case. If every building or every district or every city will have its own local decentral energy systems, those systems will look very different from Poland to Spain and from Switzerland to the Netherlands, because in some countries or locations you want solar power. If you live in rural Catalonia, I had a conversation with someone who does energy systems in Girona. You are solar powered, and your cost of energy will be the cost of the depreciation of your solar panels, and you'll pay a lot less over lifetime than someone in a city who will have to draw their energy from a grid, especially if we need to upgrade those. So local cost of energy will start to be different, and that will ultimately what investors or building owners will look at, and what will impact, I think, the ultimate decision of what buildings how they will perform, and how policymakers will look at it. To give you one example, a case study, you'll see there a multi-family residential building, I think is the terminology in the Netherlands, where we installed a 160 kilowatt hour, 80 kilowatt battery, and where at least the policymakers were very happy. So, councillor for the city of Amersfoort and the owner of the building, he owns 50,000 buildings or dwellings, I have to say, in the Netherlands. It's a social housing company. I'm not sure if you can read it, but there we try to estimate what the long-term value is of making a smart building, where we added solar panels, maximized the roof space, which is relatively easy to do, added a battery system, and connected that battery to the grid to provide two types of smart services. One would be simple smart buying of energy, electricity, whenever you can, and the other one would be trading power on the grid. So that would be flexibility service or ancillary services. And we found out that in a sort of lifetime optimization, an initial high investment for that building of 166,000 euros, we would save energy and energy costs, and we would generate over 15 years 150,000 euros of revenue. And the ultimate decision that the investor made was based on that local levelized cost of energy. How much will I pay in this building over lifetime, even if my initial investment is higher? Because that in the end is what their tenants will pay, and that's in the end what is a long-term optimal cost-efficient solution. In this case, they managed to reach a price of 12.5 cents per kilowatt hour for that building, which is not bad in the Netherlands, where typical energy prices are 2 or 3 times higher. So all of a sudden, it made sense to invest and overinvest maybe in green energy generation and in storage. There's plenty to be said about that. This is me trying to be academic. I'm really sorry. One of the overlooked elements is building, so the preparation cost of such systems. Decentral energy systems require a lot of planning, and a lot of talking with building tenants, with maybe the building owner, a lot of interaction with the designers. And in a decentral energy system, those preparation costs will ultimately be 10-20%, we expect, of energy system price and design. So if we would get to a local levelized cost of energy, take the human side into account, price it, we can't always subsidize that. That's the current way for the European Commission to support these kind of initiatives. insights. Oh God. I do expect some critical questions here, or at least I hope for a conversation. Local energy prices will start to vary across European countries. They do, but also within countries and within building types. That will happen either way. The question is if that will be explicitly linked or taken into account when you inform a building tenant or a building owner in an EPC, and because that will trigger investments. I've used my time. 2 minutes. Oh, hold on. One thing. Bit of R&D and I, research, development, and innovation populism, if I can. I think researchers, and you are researchers, I'm not. We try to be factual. You try to be factual, but we try to steer, hopefully as well, with a bit of ambition, where the world is going. And I'm very happy with the European Commission taking a bit more of an activist stance on what the role is of the public sector, and hopefully before that, what the role is of the research sector. I believe we are going to make energy markets, and they should be decentral, they should be green, they should benefit people, not companies. And that is, I think, where the connect with building certificates and energy cost of buildings could be connected. And it will lead to a lot of policy debates, and maybe 1 or 2 questions now. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So let's move to the next presentation, titled Towards a Seamless Data Integration Through an Open Data Model. The authors are Sabine Sint, Galina Pascaleva, and Thomas Bender from the Technical University of Vienna, Austria. The presenter is Sabine Sint. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. We already heard a lot of challenges, possibilities, future visions today regarding the EPC and also regarding BIM. And I want to show you our solution, our possibility, where we can go. But first of all, when we have a look at the title, we have different topics: model, data integration, seamless data integration. So first of all, what is a model? A model represents a system. Could be a building, could be a city, could be a quarter, but it is never the whole reality. Why? Because we want to abstract. We want to reduct on the things we really need. So it only reflects what we want to have a look on it. And it's pragmatic. The model needs to be usable in a place of an original, with respect to our purpose. So this is the first very important thing. A model only represents the system. When we are talking about formal models from informatics, when we are talking about models which are human understandable, but of course machine readable. When we have this model, we can see this model is the central artifact. What can we do with this model? We can use it for formal analysis, documentation. We can transform this model. We can do automated tested, rapid prototyping, and even we can do code generation. My background is business informatics, and we developed our approach based on model-driven engineering. So the model is the central artifact for optimization and for a domain-specific language. With this model, we can use it as a consistent and valid test object where we can calculate different things, analyze different things, and finally, we can also support lifecycle management. The second thing of our title was data integration. And here, building information modeling is coming in my mind. Building information modeling is about lifecycle management, interoperability and collaboration, and data exchange. It is not only IFC. IFC is just one possibility what you can use for building information modeling. There are a lot of other possibilities for BIM. And in data integration, we can talk about different levels how we integrate. There can be the only possibility that we say, okay, we have two different models, model of tool A, model of tool B, where we calculate something there and calculate something there. And we want to exchange only structural information. So nothing regarding content, semantic is transported, only the structural information. Or we can say we want to have an integrated model. And it is a little bit harder to exchange the information because we do not only have the structural information, but we also want to exchange semantic meaning, the content. What is really meant by the model? So this can be done, for example, via an API. In our approach, we say, okay, how can we achieve to exchange information from one tool to another tool where you do not want to change the tool itself, but you want to change the possibility how to exchange information. And we said we need a universal language for explaining the different parts. And this is done via a meta model, where you can describe all your components based on what you want. And here, quite easy, we just say, okay, we have components. Components can have subcomponents. Of course, in buildings, very important, we also have to think about geometry. And then finally, we define here what kind of information we have, how we can manipulate this information, and how this information is related to each other. What can I do with such a model? I can create my own models which are based on this abstract structure. And of course, we can represent our data from arbitrary data models. Additionally, and this is really for software developers, they can manipulate the metadata model, not the user. The user will never see this model in real, in his tool. It is just behind. Well, I said it's an abstract model, but now I want to show you how we applied it in different ways. First of all, I want to show you what is the possibility for geometry, since in building we often talk about 3D models, and also the exchange of geometry is very important. So when we have a look on an example of a laminated time-bound structure, we can have a very easy concept geometry. So we just see the walls and the cellar or something like that else. Nothing more. It is the very start of the design. But finally, we decide how it should look like. And it should be just one click after that you, based on the definitions you defined, the whole structure of the whole building is automatically constructed. We have a project currently running with this, and it is possible. Another application is that we say, okay, we want to do some simulation, perhaps some building thermal simulation. For this purpose, we tried out to use Ida Ice as an example. And we said, okay, we have our geometry and information there, where we also have some information getting out of the geometry, like the wall composition and the thickness automatically calculated. But for Ida Ice, we need a little bit more information so that we can really construct this in the tool. We do not want to do it manually. We want to do it automatically out of our data model. So we just define the things, what Ida Ice is needing. And when we have it, we finally can calculate the simulation in Ida Ice and also get the results back to our model. So we have no information loss, and we have just the exchange what Ida Ice is needed. There are a lot of other informations here, but this is not needed for the simulation. So it is not relevant for the simulation in IDAIS, but for our digital model, it is important. Just the view from IDAIS is different. And of course, we also heard today about building automation. Also, this is a very important part. Building automation also depends on digital models. Often in building automation, the building is constructed and then they start to implement their automation systems based on sentences in the design. And we said, okay, there should be more support also during the design. And we said, well, we start with a digital model. There we have the structure, we know the devices, we can get the information, we have the data points. And based on this, we want to give the developer the possibility to construct and develop the logic. So we created an editor where you can integrate all data points from your digital model and start to develop your control logic. This is done in our project with the UML state machine, just saying, okay, when I want to preheat, what is the parameter for the valve, for example. And then we say, okay, this is on a very abstract level, platform independent. But now, when I want to try it out, I want to try it out in a simulation tool, or even finally, I want to go to the engineering tool. So we used two possibilities from model-driven engineering. These were simple model transformations, where we automatically generate out of this information the code for simulation tool and the code for the engineering tool. So there is no information loss. We have it in the simulation and use it there. And the same information is finally used for the engineering tool. I want to show you here a short example from this. Here we have our logic developed as a state machine where we say, okay, we have a ventilation system. It has different states. For example, first it starts with off, then it goes to preheating, and then based on the temperature in the room, you can heat, cool, or just have the ventilation system in the normal case. And this information comes then to this block in IDAIS, and the code of this block is automatically generated. You have nothing to do manually. So to come up with a conclusion, the user should use his user interface from tool A, tool B, as he already knows since long because it is optimized for his work. But behind, we want to have the possibility to exchange data from software A to software B over a metadata model, which is not changing, is just adapting on the things which is needed in the different softwares. And the great advantage is that also the standards can use this for creating examples, creating validation examples, and then finally have this as an open source tool available for all who need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last presentation, it's titled Configurations and Qualities of New Office Building in Barcelona to Meet Current and New Regulatory Requirements. The authors are Pablo González, Luca Volpi, Aurora Moyano, Edda Egerlid from Societat Orgànica, Barcelona. The presenter is Edda Egerlid. The floor is yours. Sorry. Pablo González? Yes, Pablo González.
Good afternoon, team organizer of TIMEPAC and fellow attendees. I would like to begin by expressing our sincere gratitude to TIMEPAC for inviting us to this final conference. It's an honor to be here. We represent Societat Organica, a cooperative dedicated to sustainable building practices and energy efficiency. Our work focuses on research, consulting, and implementation of projects that promote environmental responsibility in construction and urban planning. Today, we are proud to present our paper, developed for the Energy Agency of Barcelona, and aim at projecting the possibilities for new office buildings in the city of Barcelona. To conclude, I would like to pass the floor to Hedda Hegerli, who will present our paper in detail. Thank you.
Hi, so a brief introduction to the topic of study. As a part of the effort of reducing CO2 within the EU, new regulatory requirements regarding energy use and energy efficiency has been implemented since 2010. We have the Near Zero Energy Buildings, or NZEB, that was defined in the Spanish Building Code in 2019. And then we have SERA Energy Buildings, or ZEB, that was a proposed EU directive for 2027 at the time of this study. However, now we know that it's not going to be implemented in exactly this way. And so in the light of this, we wanted to explore what are the minimum configurations and qualities in new office buildings in Barcelona in relation to the requirements of these regulatories. So the 2019 Spanish Building Code for NZEB, and then the planned European Directive for ZEB. How did the regulatory frameworks promote buildings with low energy demand and consumption? And also, what is currently a feasible best case scenario configuration? We have the methodologies in 5 steps. So the first step is identification of building types and reference geometries. So we started the project by identifying the main areas of economic activity in Barcelona. Then we looked into each of these areas and identified the building types and the function of these areas and the function of the buildings until we had a large enough sample size floor area. So in our case, it was 95%. And then we looked into each of these areas, with what we could extract as representative geometries. This is an example of a geometry that we extracted, and so this is actually this area that we're in right now. And so basically, some characteristics that we looked at was if it's freestanding, what is the floor area of one floor, what are the main orientations, and what's the building type and the height and the function. When you have these reference geometries, you do the first parameterization to be able to generate the reference cases that you then need for being able to check the compliance and the EPCs. So in addition, you take the reference geometries that you have, and then in addition, you parameterize based on internal loads, operating hours, window to wall ratios in the main directions, and the type of ventilation. So if you have a CO2 sensor or constant ventilation. And these parameters are chosen based on the building code guidelines for how to construct reference cases for compliance. Secondly, we did a parameterization that refers to the HE1 part of the Spanish building code. So that's basically to do with building demand. And so these parameters has to do with thermal envelope, what solar protection to implement, natural ventilation, thermal mass, lighting sensor, and lighting efficiency. This left us with 69,120 scenarios, and each of them correspond to then 324 reference models to be able to check the compliance that were then simulated and the data was extracted. After the simulation, we had another parameterization that has to do with the HE0 compliance indicator, which is still in the Barcelona and the Spanish building code for 2019. And it has to do with energy use. So this is more what system was applied and how much PV production you have. After this parameterization, we had the full data set of 622,000 scenarios, and each still corresponding to 324 reference models. Then comes the time of extraction of the indicators. And so there was a lot of indicators that we actually checked. So first you have the NZEB Spanish Building Code that we have divided then into the HE0 and the HE1 parts. So the HE0 looks at total primary energy and non-renewable energy. HE1 looks at demand, so global envelope coefficient, or the KG indicator, which has to do with how much heat is transmitted through the thermal envelope. The solar control, or Q-SOL indicator, which has to do with how much solar radiation enters into the space, and then heating demand and cooling demand. And then in addition, we have the EU Directive for Zero Energy Buildings, which was at this time of the study relating to total primary energy. Then we also had calculations of the EPC ratings, which has to do with CO2 emissions, non-renewable energy, heating demand, and cooling demand. So in order to be able to extract all of these indicators, we extracted, first of all, from the simulations, the demand, kg, Q-sol indicators. Then we applied the system ratios and to be able to calculate the final consumption. After that, we applied the energy conversion factors based upon the energy source. And with all this information, we were then able to compare the scenarios to the reference models to be able to check the compliance and calculate the EPC ratings. Step 4 and 5 are way more straightforward. So analysis of results and synthesis and conclusions. Basically, we looked at the different parameters, how they affect the compliance, did graphical representation of a lot of data. And then when we felt like we had a good enough grip on the data set, you move on to be able to draw conclusions and create presentation. So there was a lot of results from this study. Obviously, we had 622,000 scenarios, but we're going to focus on compliance distribution and parameter analysis. So first of all, we looked at the distribution by occupancy hours in internal loads of compliance between NSEB and ZEB. And here we have divided up into low, medium, and high internal loads, and then 8, 12, and 16 hours of occupancy. And so from this, we can derive a minimum, medium, and maximum scenario and look at the different types of compliance. So for NSEB, Spanish Building Code 2019, it complies if it's a green dot, and it does not comply if it's a yellow dot. And then the little green dotted circle, which is then to the left of the dashed black line, shows if it complies with ZEB or not. So on the y-axis, we have combined cooling and heating demand, and on the x-axis, we have total primary energy. And we can see that NSEB takes intensity in use into account when it comes to compliance, allowing a higher demand and consumption depending on the building use type. As you can see, there are plenty of green dots in the maximum scenario towards the right. And we can also see that ZEB actually only recommends limitation to total primary energy consumption, and therefore it does not regulate demand in any way. You can also see how it's completely inflexible to the use of the building. And so the proportion of the simulations that are complying in the maximum load scenario is way smaller compared to the minimum scenario, where basically all the cases comply. So this is a table that shows the percentage of compliance by parameter value. So this is a lot of information. You don't have to look at all of it. I'm going to tell you the key points to take away. So basically, the first interesting thing is that all scenarios comply with the limit of total primary energy consumption defined in the HE0 building code, meaning that basically all of the new buildings would comply with this limit. Office buildings should be said. And then we have the compliance with the Q-sol, so the solar radiation one, and then with the Kg, which is heat transmission through the thermal envelope. And we can then clearly see that the compliance depends on solar protection and window-to-wall ratio for the Q-sol indicator, and then type of thermal envelope and window-to-wall ratio towards south for the heat transmission indicator. Looking at the whole compliance for the Spanish Building Code in 2019, so to be able to comply with this, you have to comply with all of the 4 columns before it. The global compliance is at 67%. And we can here see that the use of natural ventilation, lighting efficiency optimization, and proper solar control significantly improve the likelihood of compliance. If you compare this to the EU Zero Energy Building Directive that was proposed at the time of the study, we can see that the global compliance is only at 47%, so it's much lower. You can also see that lighting efficiency has a way higher significance for compliance, while solar control has a lower significance compared to the CT 2019, which of course makes sense regarding the only indicator for the EU directive is the primary energy use. So there are some conclusions that we can derive from this. In terms of compliance, basically no clear trend is observed where NSEB guarantees a building with low demand and consumption, mainly due to its prescriptive limitations and indicators rather than the performance-based ones. Then we have the HE0 primary energy consumption limit, which is actually a performance-based limit. However, it needs to be restricted further to have any kind of relevance since all of the scenarios complied. Also regarding ZEB, it could be revised to offer flexibility with an increased intensity of use. to avoid the favoring of low occupancy buildings. So this was not implemented in this way, but it can maybe still be served as a teaching. I guess the question is more, would you want 2 buildings that have 8 hours of operating time, or would you want 1 building with 16 hours of operating time? And from the parameter analysis, we can see that the desired configurations to comply with NSEB and SEB are reducing internal loads with lighting control and lighting efficiency, reducing solar gains with efficient solar protection and or optimized window to wall ratio, and then use of natural ventilation. To be able to calculate the best configuration scenario, we looked at the medium loads scenario and basically filtered for the best results. And so we can see that using high efficiency lighting with lighting sensor, CO2 sensor for ventilation, high thermal mass in combination with natural ventilation, improved thermal envelope, and with the G value of 0.6 for the windows, combined with effective exterior adjustable solar shading, 60% window to wall ratio towards north and 30% towards south, combined with efficient systems and maximized PV production, we actually arrive at a best case scenario that has a combined cooling and heating demand of below 4 kilowatt hours per square meters and year, a total primary energy of around 40 kilowatt hours per square meter and year, and a non-renewable energy of around 33 kilowatt hours per square meter and year. And so to put this into perspective, the total primary energy limit for ZEB, the proposed ZEB for 2027 was 70. So we're very, very far below that using efficient systems and good passive design. We thought that this could be used in existing and in a future application, the same methodology, looking at existing buildings and renovations. So the methodology has to be adapted a little bit, obviously. So in the first initial analysis, in parallel to analyzing the identified areas for modeling and determining the building types within the areas, you could potentially analyze EPC databases, and you could see much more detailed information regarding building characteristics in a certain area, energy performance, maybe what systems are applied. And you can then use this to be able to provide better like start point buildings or reference buildings. With this though, since it's more complicated, you would need to also refine the scope of study way more, because you want to have, you want to include enough areas and indicators and parameters so that the results are actually useful, but then you also want to be able to finish the project with a reasonable timeline. So there is a job to be done there. Secondly, for the parameterization parts is similar. Model representative energy models, generate reference models, but then in the parameterization part, it needs to obviously be adapted to the case of renovations. So it could be adapted to, for example, intensity of refurbishment, maybe the type of owner of the building, change of intensity in use, or whatever would be a feasible renovation scenario. Then you can simulate, extract relevant indicators, and then do the analysis, and hopefully you would come up with some interesting conclusions. So I know there's a lot of information in 15 minutes, but if you would like any further information, you can contact us at any of these email addresses. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. We are perfectly on time. So now it's time for questions and answer. I can ask the presenters to come here, please. Thank you. So any questions? Alvaro? You can say so? We need a microphone.
Just a couple of remarks to the last presentation. It's very interesting presentation. Just a remark is that you at the beginning you introduced the ZEB as a zero energy building, but then you switch to zero emission. I guess you mean zero emission. according to the new directive. Yeah, and the second is in the list of parameters or requirements from your local legislation, you mix a little bit the number of variables with the unit of measure. So there is one that I noticed, the kg is maybe the name of the variable, not kilograms, because it is about. So it's more a curiosity. What is that parameter? It transferred through the envelope, something like that. Can you?
Yeah, so it's the heat transfer through the envelope. So it's a value that is taken by, it's a mathematical calculation, basically looking at it's like a U value or an average U value.
It's a kind of average U value.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
We have the same in Italy, so it was just a curiosity. Okay. Thank you.
Well, I have one comment for Sabine. Thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting. I like this idea of meta models. And just a curiosity, you have connected either eyes with your meta model, but what happens if now you connect another energy simulation? What would be the effort, or what would be?
That's what already Thomas also was discussing in the roundtable. Since the meta model is very flexible, you have to define your mapping to this tool. So based on the tool you are using, you know what the tool expects. And you have, based on what I said from model-driven software engineering, you have the possibility of model transformations. So based on the model which the tool is using, you map this on the components of the digital. So like you also were talking about linked models. It is completely this concept.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, I can do a question to Sabine. The fact that you have implemented a lot of modules in your big work, because first of all, congratulations for this tool. The question is, have you validated your tool against the models that have been implemented?
Validated regarding
yes,
which,
for instance,
validated
the algorithm that are implemented in your tool against the original model that you implemented, the original method. I don't know, from standards or other models in literature.
Of course, we validated with different methods, and we just have a lot of different tools for different simulations, and so we can validate our calculations. But honestly speaking, our tool itself, it is not calculating. We say, okay, we have different tools which have the main purpose for different, for example, for thermal simulation or something like this, and it is optimized for this. So there you have the doing the calculation. Our platform, and Thomas will add something, our platform is just to combine the information. We do not want to say, okay, you have to exchange your tool. We want to say, okay, you need a layer to exchange the information.
Mm-hmm. And I would like to add the platform we developed is actually a platform to validate tools to each other, because you can transform the same building to all different tools. For example, we used either ICE, we used our own Excel sheet, which is close to EN 52 series. You can also transform it to Energy Plus. If Energy Plus needs a special parameter for a heat pump, of course, you can go in the component, make a subcomponent, add this one special parameter that Energy Plus needs. So actually, it's a platform to validate all these tools also, yeah? Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. In the meantime, I don't know if, okay. Please.
Thank you. It's a question for Rolf. In your presentation, you were talking about the local price of energy and the influences that it has. Did you also consider the element of demand flexibility? So buildings that are capable of responding to signals from the grid. Because in the example of Netherlands, there was a battery, so I guess there was a level of demand flexibility there too.
Yes, we included, I think, 4 flexibility markets. So 2 of them are electricity related, and 2 of them power related. So electricity would be day ahead, and obviously energy pricing depending on the provider. And it was connected to national flexibility markets, so this FCR, and emerging regional markets. So that would be congestion mostly.
Did it make a big difference on the?
If it makes a difference in the calculations, it made a policy difference. So we connected the battery first to FCR, which was 2 years ago in the Netherlands, the high value market. It pissed off the DSO a lot. So the distribution system operator, of course, would see additional traffic over its network, adding at some moments to congestion. At least that's what they claimed. That's not true. But but in return, they changed the pricing on DSO congestion fees, and that's now the preferred option for many reasons in the Netherlands. You'd actually get a market. So I do think that adding storage, maybe to interpret your question, adding storage and adding flexibility, I would say at grid edge, changes investment decisions in the grid and changes the power balance between distribution system operators and I would say cities maybe, or at least real estate owners. But it's a risky investment. Don't do it at home.
Thank you. Other questions?
Yeah, thank you. I have a question for Hilda. In this work you did about the analysis of the areas in Barcelona, I mean, this is a process we have, I think, tried to do also in TIMEPAC, also at the large scale of getting data about the building stock with EPCs and deriving some kind of large-scale renovation programs. You have done something in this direction, but the question is, at the end of this process, who is going to use this study? Who is going to apply these consequences of the study? I mean, this is a commission, I understand, from the city of Barcelona. So do you deliver this study? And I was wondering what happened afterwards with all of this analysis, how this impact the decision-making, and how this revert into the reality of the building stock. Just to close the circle, because otherwise, I don't know if you can tell a little more about the context of the study and the purpose, the ultimate purpose of this.
Of course, yes. So, well, the most obvious answer is the policymakers, right? So the policymakers take part of the information, and then they can revise the policies to hopefully impact a little bit more sustainable buildings. Secondly, we also had a tool that was based on Excel with the results, where you could filter on certain applied building standards and passive measures, and then you could basically see, and depending on orientations and stuff, and you can basically see a predicted EPC grade or a predicted energy use, or predicted demand. So elongated, I would hope that something like this could also be used for like designers, architects, engineers, or environmental consultants that are trying and quickly assess maybe in an office building, okay, what are the, like very quickly just be like, okay, if we put this improved thermal envelope in, how much will that actually affect? Okay, if you do natural ventilation and this together, you're probably likely to end up at a B if you have a similar building. So I think that the use is actually like maybe more of like a reference guide as well, except for also the policymakers could using it directly. You could get maybe like a document or a tool together that could be open source, available for everyone that wants to design an office building, and then it's very easy to, in these areas or with a similar footprint, obviously it can differ, but you can assess how much impact one of these passive measures can actually have. Maybe one of them actually don't have a lot of impact. And then you can also see, depending on what you want to reduce, like, as I said before, maybe you have a building with a very high demand, but then you have a very good lighting efficiency or low lighting needs. So then you have a good grade or whatever according to the compliance, but still you think that the heating demand and cooling demand is too high. So then you're like, well, maybe I just want to lower the demand a little bit as a property manager or a property owner. So I think there are definitely many use cases for it, but then it's about maybe the communication and distribution part of the information that needs to be there.
And for instance, considering this topic, do you think, and in the future, do you add also the economic evaluation? So the analysis of cost related both to the measures, so the cost of the intervention, and also the cost of energy in order to analyze the cost savings associated to the intervention.
Yes, this is definitely possible to add. Like we didn't, and it wasn't in the scope of this particular project, but I can definitely see the end part of applying system ratios and all of that is all done in Python. So you can add whatever information you want, basically.
Okay.
As long as you have the information.
I have also a question on the reference buildings, because in your case study is based on a typical geometry of a building in the city. And what about the thermophysical properties and the technical building systems of this reference building? So in the existing state, do you think to integrate also the typical information on this typology, or you focus only on the efficiency measures for the future?
I think that you would need to obviously also what I mentioned about refining the scope, you would need to determine the indicators that you're actually interested in, because it can also become very overwhelming with the information. But I think in the application of existing buildings, you would probably have one reference case, the existing case, and a future case. Mm-hmm. So now we had two cases, but I think in that application, I think you would have three comparisons, basically.
Yeah, I agree. Also, because once you include also cost, you can able to understand if a measure is cost effective or not compared to the existing state. Okay.
And also relating to what we said before about maybe if we have maybe in, I don't know, somewhere the building owner is only owning the flat and you don't have a co-op board, for example, to own the whole apartment, it's also maybe it could even be directed directly towards someone like a building owner.
Yeah. Thank you. Questions again? Okay. So thank you again for the presentation and the audience for your contribution. Now there is a coffee break, 15 minutes. So we'll come back here at 4:30 for the second session on the papers. Thank you.
Come in to session 2. Session 2 is coming. Come in. There's still a lot of people. That's nice. Come in. Session 2 is starting. But I'm happy that there's still a lot of people there, so they care about our future. That's nice. I can't make my joke because Portugal doesn't sit next to the warning pass. Where is the warning pass? Where is my Casa Mias and my warning pass? So we learned a lot today already, full packed, and we have still 5 presentations. So let's start. First, I think I have to introduce myself. I'm Bettina Sticher from SERA Global. We are one of the consortium partners for TIMEPAC, for the TIMEPAC project. And if there are still some people coming, I will thank you, ICAEN, for this really well-organized event today. Just want to say this. And we're waiting a bit for some people. I think they're coming. So I know it's lovely out. Yeah, the morning class is coming. So I know it's lovely outside. The sun, the coffee. And so I think you're energized for the next 5 presentations. So thanks for the great insights on the energy performance certificate. And now we're going to dive into some facts about the renovation passports. So let's see what our colleagues have to share. And at the end of the session, as Ilaria said already, there will be answering we answer some questions. So now let's kick things off with David Masip, and Eva Crespo, who will discuss the shift from cost-focused renovation to a multi-objective methodology. David and Eva, please.
It's working? Yeah. Okay. So I've been in the previous presentation, and the colleague who was the first presenter said that he was nervous. I'm also. So I will start. Congratulations for TIMEPAC, because I've been in a lot of European project final event and I've never seen so much people. So this is why I get nervous, because I've never expect that much people here around today. So okay, so I will briefly introduce myself and Eva. I am David Masip, PhD student nowadays in the Department of Architecture in the Politecnico University of Catalunya. And basically I'm doing research related in industrialized systems and sustainability. This is more or less a brief title of my research, let's say, and also I'm combining my research or my time in the university, working in a architectural firm as an sustainability expert. And then Eva Crespo is the professor in Politecnico University of Catalunya, mainly driving industrialization and energy research projects in this case. So once we said that, the title of the presentation is Towards Sustainable Construction for Deep Renovation, a comprehensive analysis of the transition from cost-optimal methodology to multi-objective methodology. So as you can see, the title is long and also it's kind of ambitious, but what we are trying to do today is to give you key points or key aspects to transition for a more sustainable construction in the European context, in this case, right? Basically, the presentation will be followed as this, but I will skip this part because the time is really tight. Let's start with what's going on right now and what happened before. In 2010, a new EPBD was released, and since now, every 2 or 3 years, a new recast of the EPBD is going. It's published, right? So this makes that all the stakeholders that are involved in energy and also in buildings, it's like we are running a marathon. We don't know which kind of EPBD we have to follow. Every EPBD has different objectives, and it's kind of stressful, to be honest, when you read everything and you go deep inside. Moreover, in 2012, the Energy Efficiency Directive was also published, which means that we already have one related with buildings, but at the same time, there is another one more general, and makes us, as stakeholders, question which kind of directives we have to follow. It's overwhelming. And then, to give more confusion, we have the renovation wave strategy, new European Bauhaus, the Fit for 55 package, and now a new EPBD. So what the hell should we do, right? So let's focus on the main topic, or what is the EPBD released in 2024 says. Is all new public buildings should be zero emissions building in 2028, and in 2030, all new buildings. Okay, let's focus on this. What we realized during our studies and also the research we've been conducting, when you switch to the real world, to the academic, you realize that there is a lot of confusion in terms of concepts, but in different ways. So starting from the concept of energy, confusion between demand, consume, and CO2 emissions. I guess everyone here already knows the meaning, so I'm not gonna go deep on it, but let me have a brief definition on what cost optimal means, and also cost effectiveness, because it was part of the title. So we understand cost effectiveness as a situation where the total cost of the implementation of a measure or a strategy is lower than the benefit that provides the lifespan. But then the APBD is mentioning the cost optimal methodology or levels in this case. And the cost optimal levels is defined as energy performance levels that results into the lowest cost over the building estimated economic life. In sum, we can drive cost optimal methodologies or cost optimal strategies with a sum of cost effectiveness actions, but doesn't mean that all the actions should be cost effectiveness to drive a cost optimal solution. So it's cost optimal, it's a general one, and cost effectiveness is the small one. And then talking about buildings, there is also a big confusion, and there is also it was not a definition in between deep retrofit, deep renovation, deep strategies. And then finally in 2021, the APBD defined deep renovation as a strategy to reach zero emission building. So now we already have a clear definition on what we are trying to achieve. Before, it was kind of confusing. So the work we are presenting today, it should be mentioned that it's part of a previous research driven by Eva Crespo, Cosima Corrado, and Oriol París. And you can see the reference in the bottom part of the slide. And it's divided into phases. The first one, it was the previous research, as I mentioned, which is relying on identification of opportunities of the buildings that are already in the building stock. And the second one is taking actions. And once we take these actions related with energy and also CO2 emissions, it's where it comes our research. And the second phase is basically, it will be published at the end of the year. And it's where we talk about the transition to the cost optimal methodology to a multi-objective methodology. So once said that, let me also say that one of the objectives of the presentation today is not, we don't have the solution. We are not going to present any methodology which is the key for the success, but it's to raise awareness that the decisions that we are taking nowadays related with the APBD, they are only considering cost optimal levels in terms of operational energy. And construction is more complicated than only operational energy. It has construction and also end of life. So as I mentioned before, the phase 1.1 was more focused on identifying opportunities, and the research that has been taken before, it was focused on school, educational buildings or school buildings here in Catalonia. And the research basically focused on identifying in 8 buildings which has the worst energy performance in different levels and different categorizations. I'm not going to go deep on this, but we identified 2 buildings, and then we took actions on these 2 buildings because they were the ones with less energy performance. Then we evaluate the CO2 impact in the operational phase and also in the whole life cycle. So we are providing a step forward. What is the APBD asking for? We are considering also the impacts in the whole life cycle, construction and end of life. So the study in this first phase, it can be summed in this slide. It's basically the toolkit for prioritization is the identification of the buildings that I show you. And then it's followed by 3 steps, which are the ones in green, which is the inspection and evaluation of the baselines scenarios, modeling the NZEP deep retrofit measures, and also uncovering the average return of each measure. So starting from evaluating what's going on in the building, doing simulations to get information of the building, and then going to implement the measures to the building. So once said that, what we identify in the second phase of the research, it was the need on the construction sector to include multi-objectives approach. So nowadays in the market, there are different assessment methodologies that are already validated. They have regulations behind, and they are enough accurate to take it as a methodology to work. So the previous work I show, it was considering the environmental and economical impacts for decision making. But what happens with the social? No, in this case, so if we want to achieve social sustainable renovations in this case or sustainable construction, we have to face the three aspects that are considered sustainable. And saying that, it's also important to mention that in the social aspect, there are key elements that they guarantee the end user to have a better life, in terms of comfort, health, and life. So this is why, more or less, we try to include these aspects. So there is a methodology to evaluate the social life cycle. So we ask, we wanted to raise awareness on these three methodologies that are already existing in the market, and probably we all know about that. But it's important that not only focus on energy performance on the building, so we have to take a previous step considering the construction phase and also the life cycle in this case. And that's my last part of the slide. I just wanted to highlight three key points that we identified during the research. One is, as I showed you in the previous slide, so there are many guidelines nowadays. There are many different directives. There are different certificates outside LEED, BREEAM, and the end user is kind of confused. So we have to try to identify and unify the main guidelines. We need only one discourse to achieve this Europe decarbonize, right? Then the second one, it was going beyond the operational phase. So it's well known for everyone that building sector nowadays is probably the second large CO2 emissions, blah, blah, blah. We all know that. But what happens if with these contributions that we are doing these renovations, we are impacting in the other side? So we have to be aware of that. And this probably could be included in the EPC, including more information on these evaluations or the previous evaluations. And then the last one is the transition toward a more sustainable Europe. So if we are only considering that what we are doing, it has an impact in long term, we can achieve better results or better index in these cases. So it's a transition to a more sustainable, but also to a more circular economy approach in what is in terms of construction. So reusing material that we are already installed in buildings and so on. So that's everything from my side. I would be happy to get any comment or any question you had in the after the session. So thank you.
Thank you, David and Eva. Okay. What's not? Okay. Sorry. What's? But here. Sorry. Okay. So now you. Okay. So thank you. Even Eva didn't come up, but thank you for the fantastic work. And it's amazing to see how the focus on building renovation has shifted to a more holistic approach. So our next speaker is Ilaria Figueroa, and who will introduce the tool that simplifies renovation for building owners. So, Ilaria, the floor is yours. That's the right, yep.
Okay, thank you very much. David was nervous. I'm very scared because I am your plan B, because Alicia de la Fuente is my colleague. It's some kind of illness problems, and I will try to do my best because it's not my project. Okay. I'm Ilaria Figueroa. I'm from GBC España, Green Building Council España. I'm head of development and contents, and I will try to explain what different is this project that we just finished. What we are finishing now. Okay, well, this is the same. We know that we have to multiply for 10 the renovation, in Spain. And we have to, we must broke one, for us, a big barrier, that is the building owner. What the building owner receive our information, our technical information. We have talked all this morning and all these presentations in technical aspects, technical language, and we have to broke all of that. And this is IB road to EPC. This project aims to be an assistant to facilitate the process coexisting with other tools. It's not another tool. The aim is to join all the tools that we have, the passport, renovation, and the EPCs, and to explain or facilitate to the owners to understand what is important and what we have to do. Sorry. Okay, then it's necessary to understand renovation for a complete and phased perspective. It's the EPC. It's just a static photo, and how to improve my building only with this photo, and if I cannot afford it, how to plan on time all phases. That is the question that IB Road want to solve. The goal is, as I said, is to transform technical language to usual language without losing exactitude. It wants to shift from fear on renovation to trust on it. The project aims integrating the building renovation passport with the energy performance certificate and allow users to visualize the improvements that can be achieved through different phases of intervention in the building. We did also a testing phase in 6 countries with 48 energy experts involved. Then the result of the project is an energy consulting tool for building owners issued by construction professionals. We start with the technical data, and then we transform this technical data to I don't know if neutral is the word, but understandable language. Then this tool outlines an initial renovation strategy. The strategy can include a complete renovation in a single step, but also involve multiple steps and the long-term perspective. IB Road, this is the, I don't know how you visualize the online document, consists in a visualization of the renovation strategy, details of the renovation steps, and tips for energy savings. And also, it has a modular approach. It's a basic model, and then we add some energy cost and a smart readiness indicator, and we also add another models as accessibility. How it works, okay, these online assistants, there are some preliminary steps that must be taken before using it. And these steps defining the renovation strategy once visit the building. Then we start, as usual, we have to go. The document also is created through the IB Road to EPC assistant. And then this document determine it's created by determining the necessary steps for assigning renovation measures to each steps. It's the result. It's a QR code that will directly anyone using it to the online document. This is a general visualization. You can see this present building state, then the step 1 that you have to do that, and renovation steps and the target steps, and also all the information that you need to know how your house or your building will improve. This is a detailed page that in each renovation step has some detailed information. And then I think it's the important thing in this project is what we add. What is the value of the project? The I think, or we think that we achieve or we try how to communicate complex technical aspects in a simplified way to involve non-professional stakeholders in the process. We think that it's very important. And then also we do better renovation recommendations compared to energy performance certificates, thanks to integrate elements of the building renovation passport. Then we add all the value of these two tools that we have already. And also IB Route to EPC informs building owners about when they must meet future requirements. This allows them to define their renovation strategy with legal guarantees. Then we are thinking now, we are thinking in the future, but also IB Route IBC says, okay, be careful. If you want to do that in the future, don't forget to do that. Is some of this timeline. Okay, then in the field test in Spain, we trained 17 technicians, and 10 of them conducted the field test on 10 buildings, 7 residential, 1 office building, 1 public office, and 1 public sports here in Barcelona. And the results or the conclusions are that it's a simple tool with great potential. It would improve communication with building owners, and the technicals propose us to improving another module for the cost, module cost, and adding also an accessibility module. I don't know, this is one, but this is how the technical can, okay, it works. It's a technical part, how to introduce some kind of documents, some kind of details. And in the finally, well, this is the quality air module, the accessibility, also the cost. You can see all the process here, the process of the energy. This is the detailed step that inform you what's the measure that you have to achieve and what's the benefit. Also, this is the cost. And finally, I think okay, this is some tips. What do you think that or you are and I think it's okay. And this is if you scan this square, you can see how the owner or how the user will see the IB Route, the tool. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ilaria. And thank you for jumping in the last second. Great job. Thank you. So what a great example of how technology can really simplify complex processes. So it addresses some of the questions we raised today as well. So now we travel to Athens just in 1 second, because with Ilaria Tulupaki, who will share an exciting case study on the Venaki Museo and how historic buildings can benefit from this modern technology.
Thank you. So my presentation is in perfect synchronization with the previous one, since I am also here partly representing the IB Route to EPC project, and this will save us some time. So I'm Ilaria Tulupaki, I'm an architect engineer, so both architect and engineer, 2 titles. In Greece, the architects are both engineers. So I'm a project manager in INZEB, which is a non-profit civil company in Greece, and we're involved in the European projects regarding energy efficiency in buildings, energy poverty, renovation passports, energy policy, and all these exciting topics. So I'm setting here a bit the background, but you already know that the building sector is one of the largest energy consumers in the EU. Most of EU buildings are considered to be inefficient energy-wise, and we have a very large percentage of residential buildings. Already, Pau Garcia already painted the picture so well regarding EU energy policy. So we certainly know that our current renovation rate is very low, and we have to find ways to address this issue and try to accelerate the renovation rate by effectively communicating to building owners the benefits of energy renovations. So, as we already know, the EPBD recast introduces very stringent provisions, and for the first time, it establishes the renovation passports as an additional, as a key tool for the energy renovations. So member states are obliged to put in place a renovation passport scheme by the 29th of May 2026. And this is especially a challenge in Greece, where already the EPC is considered to be a bureaucratic burden. So it's very important in order to ensure the market penetration of the renovation passports to find ways to finance the additional cost for the building owners, and also to find the value that the building owners would identify in a renovation passport in order for a large scale, to have a large scale penetration in the market of renovation passports. So this discussion regarding the renovation passports is one of the hot discussion topics in policy defining roundtables, such as the ones taking place in the SMAFIN expanded European project. So we have discussed the topic of renovation passports, along with other topics such as the one-stop shops and other instruments, especially important in Greece, in order to finance energy efficiency projects and motivate not only public funds but also private investors to invest in energy efficiency projects. So, as I mentioned, I'm also here partly representing IB Road to EPC. IB Road to EPC has developed, as we just saw, a flexible and adaptable and modular passport that provides a set of solutions that can be immediately applied, and they fulfill the requirements of the recast EPBD. The IB Road to EPC is the continuation of the IB Road project, so it aims to bridge the renovation passport with the EPC and expand their format and scope to consider additional features such as the environmental quality and the SRI. And it becomes applicable also to multifamily and public buildings. So from the single-family homeowners, we at the end of the project, which was this August, past August, we managed to apply the IB Road to EPC to more building types, and address issues that we had identified in the previous version of the project. So the concept is that apart from providing a comprehensive renovation strategy, we can already mention the legal requirements that are in place for each for renovation years for each country, and the experts can also edit these legal requirements. And there is also the added benefit of avoiding lock-in effects, because when the energy expert sets up this renovation passport, there is a large database of measures regarding energy efficiency upgrade for the envelope and the systems, but take into account each other. There are some measures that act as basis measures and trigger measures. So notes for preparation for future steps can arise and are there for the owner and the construction workers to see and take into account. So this is the overview page of the IB Road to EPC. As you can see, there are the steps starting with the current state of the building, and then the suggested measures are grouped in steps in the future. This number of steps can be modified, and the end is a green building in terms of renovated systems. Everything that is renovated stays green. And then our aspiration is to achieve a zero emissions building in 2050. So for each step, as you saw before, and we will see now in the case study that I will present, we have the measures that are suggested by the energy expert. These texts are all editable. So there is a large database of measures. So this makes it very easy for the expert to prepare this document in very little time. But there is also the potential to make it completely tailored to the building and the building owner by changing everything in the descriptions and the technical details that are in each step. And also there are the notes for the preparation for future steps. We conducted in Greece a field test, a testing which was part of the testing phase of the project, and we were the only country testing it only in public buildings because we wanted to have a large scale, larger buildings with more complex managerial, let's say, nature. So we tested it in 16 public buildings. One of them was also the Benaki Museum in Athens, with a useful area of 6,500 meters approximately. So this building was firstly built in 1930 in Athens. It's considered one of the leading cultural organizations in Greece, the Benaki Museum. It has many exhibits of Greek history and culture. It's also a listed building of cultural heritage, so there are restrictions regarding the interventions that we can do in the envelope. And the main building, it's housed in the neoclassical mansion of the Benaki family. So the first step was to issue the EPC for this building, which was the suggested scenario to issue both the EPC and the IB Road to EPC on the same time. This way, the IB Road to EPC recommendations would agree with the first scenario of the EPC. And as you will see in the Greek EPC, the suggested renovation scenarios are demonstrated in a very, very simple and not so, let's say, comprehensive way for the owners. So we did a detailed energy audit and we identified the technical properties of the components and the electromechanical systems of the museum. Even though it's a very well preserved building, there were some issues, important issues regarding the roof. We found almost a pool of water under the insulation at the roof. So there were definitely, there is a need for energy upgrade, and they're actively seeking opportunities to secure funds in order to upgrade it. So the last renovation, which was combined with a new wing construction, was at 1996. The new wing had a very good U values compared to what is the usual U values that we see in Greek buildings. So it had from 0.65 to 1.70 U values. There were some central AC units that were operating since 1996. They were not energy efficient, some individual split air conditionings and VRV units. The windows were renovated, and they were triple glazed with wooden frames. And most of the lighting, the exhibition lighting, was inefficient. There were some spaces where they had already upgraded the lighting with LED lamps, and there was no central management system in place. So we took all the information from the last building permit and verified the plans, the building plans. We modeled this information in the official EPC software in Greece, which is the TIMEPAC, and we produced the EPC for the building. So this building is in class D. It's classified in class D in the Greek EPC scale. In the Greek EPC scale, we rate from A+ to H. So this is one of the cases where you don't know the A+ what it means, because it's in comparison to a reference building. It's not in absolute numbers in kilowatt hours per hour. So this in Greece, I don't know what will happen when we will have to normalize our calculation procedure, but right now they'll calculate it in comparison to a reference building. So the current building consumes about 400 kilowatt hours per square meter in primary energy. It's considered, let's say, mid-level in terms of energy efficiency. So we produced the IB-Road to EPC for this building. You can scan the QR code again. It's the same. It's this specific case. It's in Greek, so you're justified to say that it's all Greek to you. But you will see in practice how the building owner sees this document. So we proposed, of course, in cooperation with the managers of the museum, the replacement, of course, the replacement of all lamps with LED lamps, and this had a big impact in the electricity consumption of the museum, because there is extensive use of the artificial lighting in the exhibition spaces and relatively small investment cost. So this was the first step that we proposed. And next, we proposed the repair of the roof insulation, and this combined with new energy-efficient heat pumps for heating and cooling, because the old pumps are on the roof. So this is a good way to combine these two measures and upgrade the mechanical ventilation systems with heat recovery units that now are they don't have any heat recovery at all. And finally, the last step was about, not the last, previous and last, okay, monitoring and automation systems to optimize and control the heating and cooling systems. So as you can see, these are all measures taken from the database of measures that we have developed in the project. And of course, all texts are editable, so the expert can change everything as he or she pleases. And finally, the last step was to install photovoltaic panels in some areas of the roof that were available with net metering, and a central system to control all smart features and networks, installations, components of the building, taking into account human presence, the weather, and network signals. So apart from the overview page, where you can see the steps, there is also the cost module, where we have translated all measures to estimated costs. So the owner can see what is the cost of each step and plan accordingly. Also here we can input information about available funding schemes and programs. In this case, they will use the IB-Road to EPC to secure funding, to apply for funds. And there is also the energy module, which shows the progression from the current state of the building to a B+ right now in the current scale. So because it's a cultural building and we cannot intervene a lot in the envelope of the old building, which is already in a good, let's say, state, it's classified as a B+ in the end state of 2050. And the last page regarding the user influence. So here are some notes for the owners regarding the way the users can influence. But in this building, which has somehow a defined use, I don't know if this is so applicable as with multifamily or single family buildings. So that's all from me. If you have any questions, I'm at your disposal.
Thank you, Eleftheria. What a great example, right in the heart of Athens. And in 1 second in Athens, in the next second in Regione Piemonte in Italy, where Silvio De Nigris will tell us about how the Piemonte region is facilitating energy renovation in public buildings through a network of one-stop shop. Silvio, the floor is yours. We are looking forward to the presentation.
Hello. Hello again. So we'll try to present as fast as possible. Okay, we set up this facilitation service thanks to a European project that I'm going to present, whose name is Gasless. And but let me present very briefly the region. So we are located in northwest part of Italy. We are close to the French border. And what I want to highlight is that okay, we have 4 million inhabitants, but half of them are in the metropolitan city, in the capital city of the region, Torino, and the surrounding cities. And then we have 1,200 municipalities, which are very small, most of which are below 5,000 inhabitants. This is something that from administrative point of view and coordination point of view, we have to take into account if we want to play a role in our region. And the project I'm going to present is to speed up the renovation rate of public buildings in the region. These are some figures about the public buildings that we have in a region. These data are coming from the APC database that we are managing. So it's something like 2,500 buildings, but most of them are very small. So more than 50% are very small. And some of them are already renovated in a way, so they have a performance which is reasonable. And so if we don't count the very small buildings and the best performing ones, okay, we have something like 800 buildings that need to be renovated in the next years. And with this gasless project, we are going to target something like 10% of this sample. So we aim to renovate 100 buildings, 80 buildings, more or less. We are building on previous experience that we had in other European projects or other initiatives supporting the renovation of public buildings or even public lighting in a similar way, and trying to leverage on private financing involving energy service company through, in this case, APC, but energy performance contract. And so far we have in the last 5 years something like 20 million euro of investment already implemented. And we are trying to do better, even better, I would say, in with this new project, gasless. In a nutshell, the project started 1 year ago and will last in the next 3 years. We are working with a regional consortium, and what we want to do is to promote aggregation of demand. So we try to put several buildings belonging to different municipalities together and put this bundling in the market in order to attract private investors that want to renovate these buildings with their upfront costs. So we don't want the public sector to anticipate money for investment. This will be done by the private companies, and they will get repaid with an energy performance contract along a certain amount of years, which is, for example, 10 or 15, depending on the analysis. We are providing a technical assistance service, which means that we are implementing energy audit, but also financial simulation for this building. And what is more important from my point of view, because we are leading this, we are providing coordination from administrative point of view, and also we are providing legal support. Okay, so we are trying to aggregate buildings belonging to small municipalities, and we try to act on their behalf from technical, financial, and legal and administrative point of view. But what is more important is that we want to standardize the process in order to make it replicable in the future. So reducing the time in order to provide this support and reduce the cost of the technical assistance. The aim is described a little bit in this chart. We want to set up the bundlings one by one and replicate year by year the process, ideally on a 6-month basis. So we start with the coordination and aggregation, and we do the technical and financial support. But while we are in this phase, we try to open another call to aggregate other buildings and other municipalities in a way that we step by step replicate the process year by year. Standardization is a key word of this project, and we hope to be successful. So where we are now, we already started with the coordination activity, and we launched a call for interest to municipalities and other public authorities of our region, and we received applications for 115 buildings. But then after a quick an assessment that we did on this application, we reduced the number to 47, okay? Because we, due to the size limit or architectonical constraints or contractual constraints, we had to refuse some of these buildings which are not fitting for the purpose of the project. That's it. So these are the selected building, but then there is the territorial dimension also. I mean, some buildings are in this area, but then we have a few buildings here, and since the region is very large, it's very big, we want to include also the territorial dimension, and so we created a first bundling, which is in this area with 30 buildings that now are even less, let's say 27. In order to work and launch an investment just for this, then we will come back to this group of buildings, launching another call very soon in order to enlarge and create another bundling. So so far we completed one, and 2 are pending. We need more effort in the aggregation of the demand. What is important is, I said, standardization. This is the process that we have to fulfill from the beginning to the end. So this is when we launch the call for interest, and here is when we sign the contracts with the ESCO. In between, there is a lot of paper, a lot of procedures, and what we are doing, or what we did in the first year of the project, is to produce templates for contracts, for decision acts that municipality has to endorse a certain time, in a way that okay, the procedure is mapped, and we are ready to provide the templates to municipalities step by step, and we don't discuss and try to convince, and everything should be clear and replicated more than once. We try to reduce the efforts in the replication phase. we selected the bundling. We already also implemented the energy audit, and we are providing also what is very important, the value for money analysis. Because public authorities, according to the contract code that we have in Italy, in order to go for a public-private partnership, that is the case of this procedure, they have to demonstrate that the public-private partnership is more convenient than a standard contract. And we are also providing this analysis for them. This would allow them to join the tender that we are going to prepare. So next steps are next week we are going to present these two documents. So the results of energy audit and the value for money analysis. Then we will wait for municipality to endorse these two documents and give us the possibility to prepare the tender contract that will be launched or end of the year, this year, or the beginning of next year. These are the buildings that belongs to the first bundling. As you can see, these are public buildings with a very poor energy situation, but also with the need of refurbishment from also architectural point of view. And as I said, we built upon previous experience. And for instance, I'm sorry, this is in Italian. So what we did as a first case study in the region, we grouped 18 buildings belonging to 5 municipalities. We signed an energy performance contract of 13 years with a performance to be achieved of 61% of energy savings according to the baseline. Investment were about 4 million euro, and since it is an EPC, we have to measure and verify the performance year by year in order to understand if the performance is achieved. And these are some figures of what happened. So there was always another performance. The target was this, and what was achieved is in best case is 50 or 55%. Which is good, let's say, but and this will let municipality to save money because the performance is not achieved. Another example, this is more recent, was based on the same procedure, but with a campus of a national Institute of Research, refurbishing 8 buildings of this campus with laboratories inside, and we had an energy performance contract of 15 years with energy savings of 32% for thermal needs and 28% for electricity. That's the amount of investment implemented thanks to the contract, and these are some measures implemented. So insulations insulation of walls, of ceilings. There was also the change of internal lighting and installation of quite a good amount of photovoltaic systems. As Bettina said, this is part. We are here, gasless. This is part of a wider strategy that we are implementing in the region. This is targeting public buildings, but we have a similar initiative for homeowners, more on the informative side, but also trying to support a little bit condominium in the renovation works, and also promoting the creation of renewable energy communities. All these 3 initiatives are following the same procedure, which we can summarize in the concept of one-stop shop. We are providing technical support, technical, economic, and administrative support. That's it, and you can follow the project on the website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Silvio. Brilliant work. what a game changer. It's clustering buildings, and it's really great. So, but we're running out of time. So I'm not talking about OSS. I'm not talking about renovation passport. I want to, but we're not having the time. So our next speaker is Paula Espinosa, who will present the innovative concept of a Spanish e-building logbook, the next interesting issue. So where is he? Here we go. Oh, but so that's why I'm
Sorry, don't worry. No problem, no problem. Well, as you know, I'm not Paul. Paul has a health problem today and cannot be here, but here I am. This project is, this presentation is a Spanish, oops, sorry, next one, here, okay. This is a Spanish building logbook, theoretical structure based on stakeholder views. Really, this is a presentation about the conceptual structure that we define, analyzing all the technical documents that we have in Spain, produce it in the way to make the control of the building in all the process of existence. And it has been developed in the context of our research center, the Center for Land Policy and Valuations, of the School of Architecture in Barcelona. We are a little rare because we are part of the technological department, but in the section of legal architecture, and we are rare in the school, and we make these rare things. The project was really developed in the context of this national project, in these two work packages, and particularly in a local project, well, in a regional project founded by the Catalan School of Public Administrations or Public Bodies, supervised by ICAEN. And the idea was generate the basic structure to analyze the main points that must contain a building logbook, but not focused to owners, like in the case of Eulalia, focused for the administration. And how can the regional administration that take part in the process of the renovation of buildings generate a global structure to control, to manage this electronic issue, this electronic tool? Well, we have developed this in the context that you know. It's not necessary to explain that European buildings generate 40% of the final energy consumption and the 36% of the green gas emissions. And the situation in Spain is really similar, with 30.1 and 25.1%. And in this context, you know that the European Union has promoted this transition now to the decarbonization economy, generating a lot of technical regulations and basically the EPD directives. No, particularly in the Directive of 2018. The figure of the renovation passport was included in the way to, as you can see there, here, in the way to generate a control of the building, basically generating the different steps in the process of renovation. But at the same time was defined the one-stop shops in the way to generate the assessing to the families that can, in the way that they understand the importance of the implementation of the renovation processes in their dwellings. No, and the recently approved directive in 2024 finally defined the adoption of these renovation passports as mandatory in I don't remember exactly, 26, okay? And this project was developed in 2022, 2 years ago, I think so, and analyzing basically what we understand as renovation passport and what is the main issues and improvement that the implementation of the tool can help in the global processes. Basically, the information transparency strategy to alleviate information asymmetry that suffer families and the population in general,
And in the second way, the schedule the renovation process in whole the system. And finally, we understand that the both final results in this concept are the digital building logbook for one way, and in the second way, and maybe most important than the tool, the roadmap of the rehabilitations. Okay, and in this way, we make the analysis of the different tools that we have in Spain, documents and technical tools that are mandatory in the different process of the building life, cycle of life. For example, the Libro del Edificio, the buildings book, the new one and the oldest one, difference in the case of Spain and in the case of Catalonia, the habitability document that certifies the minimum habitability conditions of the dwellings, the technical report of the building that define a lot of things as hygiene, safety, health, etc., and the, of course, EPC. You know about where are we talking, no? And we detected that this document has a lot of information repeat in all of them. And we define as a diagnosis about all the information that is mandatory in each one of them, generating a structure separated for all of these documents. And in the second step, we analyze different implementations of definitions of theoretical digital books defined for different institutions. For example, a technical proposal considering these programs, BIM system and blockchain, trying to understand the capabilities and the possibilities that both programs can help to the development of this electronic tool. Then we analyze the implementation of Cyclica, of PASE, and the BCE regarding the theoretical proposals developed in the way to generate the conceptualization of digital logbook. No? And finally, regulatory proposals based in the application of the La Casa que Ahorra, a private company that define process to improve the rehabilitation of buildings, generating new building up the build, generating the renovation and taking care of the money that they receive in this new volume edificated. No, and we analyzed different European experiences too. Like this one here, one experience in Germany, another in France. You know a little bit about Belgium, I think so. And we try to understand if the concept is adaptable or no regarding the Spanish global regulations. And we define a preliminary schema in the situation of buildings of the different regulatory frameworks here in Spain. Then we define the process to refine the model, following these steps: a categorization, initial, then analyzing the benefits of BIM and blockchain, then the elaboration of a generic structure of the e-building, then, and this is the central focus of this presentation, shows our structure, our proposal to a panel of 13 experts, to validate the significance, the importance, the relationships established, if the global structure is adequate, if the sequence of a structure is the right one, and we will explain in deep this part of this work. And finally, considering these opinions, the reformulation and the generation of the model that in this moment is in supervision of ICAEN, trying to generate the common idea between the other administrations to in the way to try to promote the real implementation of this electronic tool. Well, this is a little example of the data general structure. We analyze, as I said, the different documents, and then we prepare a long Excel with a lot of camps finding the source, which institution provide every information in each one of the documents, trying to eliminate the duplications of information, generating a new optimal theoretical and structure, no? And in this step, once defined this structure, we make the interviews with this panel of experts, considering these definitions, not technicals for people, technician associations, real estate professionals, and administration and government agencies. And then we organize, previous to these interviews, we organize the interviews in these blocks of information that we think that are important in all the process, not only technical, about management, about financing, about different technologies, etc. You can see here the blocks, the 10 blocks of the interviews. Are interviews, not questionnaires for another kind of quantitative analysis, but they have time, they decide ask us, and we try to generate a global conversation with each one of them in the way to answer all these topics, to drive in all these topics. Finally, once we include the answers of the experts in our previous structure, not only a structure in the database, we prepared a previous structure for the new building and for the existing building, considering the particularities of one of both, and defining the data flow in both cases. We define these two structures for both cases. Also, we define validation about the scheduled renovation roadmap. And was very, very interesting see how the one-stop shops technicians was implied in all the process, in the different stages of the renovation roadmap. And they say that it's very, very important, not only the technical tools, the digital notebook, but at the same time, the advice to the families, to the society, in the way to generate a confidence with the final process. No, you knows about it a lot. No, and this was very interesting for us. If you can see the number 2 are in all the steps during the process, and then we make another validation regarding the BIM and blockchain, and finally we ask to them about governance, about management, about data usage policies, privacy policies, etc., and the tool implementation cost, the financing of the cost. Of course, we ask to the technicians about the tokenization of the database, of some structures, of some bodies of the database, because the public or private information is not always the same one and must be controlled for different institutions and for different providers. And finally, we are moving towards finally the inclusion of this unique financial analysis cost, etc., in this tool, in the generic operational tool here in our administration. We are working in these steps now, and we hope finish successful. Well, this is a little presentation about our schema, and if you have some question, you can write us, and we'll be glad to answer you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Rolando. So, after this insightful presentation, it's clear that the renovation passport, whatever form it takes, so experts and stakeholders can choose, actually. So it's of vital importance for shaping sustainable renovation strategies across Europe. So come join me on the stage to have question already. I know it's getting late, and some of you might already be thinking about the really well-deserved after-work drink. But here's your chance to. There is another mic. Here's your chance to ask all those burning questions. Somebody's missing. Adirane, I'm coming.
Hi, thank you for your presentations. I would like to ask some questions to David, but it also has influence in the other topics that you presented. You talk about multi-objective evaluations and so on, and do you think that this is possible to be implemented in these tools that we are arguing today, like not only focusing on energy efficiency, operational energy efficiency, but also considering water, considering life cycle assessments, and so on? And if this is the case, how do you think the cost of this evaluation for such tools, which are informative, not projects, will be managed? Because we saw that, for example, in the case of Greece, since it was a tertiary building, they made a detailed energy audit in that case, and in the case of the last presentation, they are trying to manage also life cycle data and so on. And this for the residential sector, I think it's like a huge thing right now. Also, the last question, it's also related. If you consider other social aspects, like, for example, cultural aspects and so on, inside the main topic of social sustainability. And that's it. Thank you.
I will try to give you the answer, but it's complicated. Let's start for the beginning, let's say. So mainly all the proposals for deep renovation are based on the economical price of the energy in Europe. So if the economical price goes up or go down, all the strategies in the whole lifespan can be ruined. So for sure, the multi-objective approach could be implemented, but taking in consideration there is some, how can I say it, uncertainty on the decision making in this case. So if the implementation of the strategies are aligned with the current price of the energy, it's it's complicated to have a final decision on this aspect. Yeah, I sorry because the question was kind of long, but at the end, what we were trying to raise in the research we show is the methodologies they are already existing. So you have LCA, you have LCC, and they have common aspects that you can correlate, right? So if you take these aspects, but you also include the social aspect behind, the overview of the decision making, it's probably more positive. Taking also in consideration that the social aspect is hard to quantify in terms of quantitative aspect, but it gives you qualitative decision making in this case, such as, for example, it can increment the cost of, well, the value of the building or the neighborhood in this case, or I don't know, anticipating or avoiding some future problems in terms of health. So the social aspect, it has also a methodology behind, but you have to define which is the decision you will take, or the how can I say it, the topic you will analyze, because the social is really extensive. So in this case, you focus on one and you go ahead with this one. We can discuss later if you want with more details.
Thank you. Another questions? I can put don't have my basketball shoes on, so
Could have come actually. Sorry, it's another question for David. You mentioned you've looked into the life cycle assessment when comparing it with the cost optimal methodology or integrating the two of them. Did you look into the differentiation between new building and existing buildings? Because the life cycle assessment is very different on them. And
in this
you
case,
find
it
out-
was for deep renovation. In the study case, it was in 8 schools. And when we did the life cycle assessment, it was for deep renovation, this case. Yeah.
And anything interesting?
Yeah, for sure. No, for example, during the decision making, we start analyzing in terms of energy the improvements on the thermal envelope, right? So it was about increasing the U value of the facade. It was 40% of decreasing the demand of the building. And then we analyze, in this case, because the project was short and we had different timelines, but we analyze two cases in terms of renovation: ethics in one side, and the other including insulation in the air chamber that was already existing in the building. The thing is, considering the economical aspects and also the environmental, we identify that including the insulation in the current air cavity, it was having less impact and also less economical impact compared with ethics. And nowadays, a lot of people is using ethics for the whole renovation, but that was one of the things that we identified. Also, we focused more, because of the typology of the building, on shading systems, because on summer the energy performance of the schools, they were having a really bad results in this case. Yeah.
Thank you. Another question. So I have a question, Silvio. How did you engage all the municipalities to get to aggregate the buildings, to cluster the building actually?
Yes. Well, let's say we are in a favorable position because we are a region, so we are a governing authority, and we are used to speak to local authorities. So what we do practically is to open a call of interest, asking municipalities, but also other public authorities to apply. And this is the procedure, an open call, and then we promote and we try to push also using contacts network, but it's through an open call.
It sounds sorry. So it sounds easy, no?
Well, the easy part is maybe to receive application. The hard part is to keep the bundling. Let me use this term alive, because the process is quite long. It lasts more or less 1 year, or we try to squeeze a little bit of time, but we need time to make the assessment and so on. And also there is always the risk to lose someone in between, because maybe some other incentives comes or some other opportunities, and so municipality, they change their mind. There is a risk, so we try to create a bigger group, because we know that some pieces are left aside.
Thank you. And Eleftheria, the EPC tool. Was it that easy to implement it for the Benaki Museum, to introduce the tool?
It's is it okay? Easy. It's it depends on how extensively the energy expert wants to go in depth using all available features. So it's still an ongoing process for the Benaki Museum, especially because they're planning to apply to funding opportunities. So we may have to adjust some things on their passport. But because we have such an extensive database of measures, it's fairly easy to produce a first, let's say, draft document that we can later discuss with them and adjust it to their needs accordingly. And it's also dynamic.
So whenever we want, we can add and they can use it.
I think, Leandro, we are closing, Mark. Or you want to ask something?
Well, we started like almost 9 hours ago, so thank you very much for the patience, for holding here. I think it was very nice that we were all this time here. I will not make any attempt to summarize the 9 hours, as you can imagine. So I hope that everybody got what you need in order to contrast your research, your ideas. There's a lot of experiences, a lot of work being done. I think conclusions also to be drawn by everybody about looking what it works, how, in which directions to go. I think there's a lot of information, material. And of course, regarding TIMEPAC, in case that you are interested in something that we did in this 3-year project, you have a lot of information on the website, in 2 websites, the project and the academy. So feel free to take a look if you are interested and contact us at any point in case that you have an interest in a particular topic. So the project now is having 2 more months to finish the reporting, so we'll be still active, actually, finishing things, and we'll be sending the final report in December. So TIMEPAC is not, for us, completely finished. I think it's not a celebration at the moment, as you can imagine. We still have the final report and a lot of work, deliverables. So, but we are happy that we have arrived to this point, that we have been able to gather this interest from you and to present our works in the most simple way we could in this time frame. So I think that was very good, the experience, and worth all the time that we spent in the preparation of this event. And I would like to thank particularly Ainhoa for all the company. And also Gustavo, which is also has been also very much involved. So has been several weeks of a strong collaboration, 2,320 emails about the topics, 100 of them about the menus and the restaurant. And we invite you to, actually, those of you who sign up for the restaurant, we'll meet again at 9 o'clock, but I guess in another mood. So I think there are around 20 people who signed. So please check the coordinates, where it is, and if you have any question, just write an email. So in the last request, before the conference, we sent an email to you with the evaluation form. This is customary in this kind of events. If you have an extra effort, extra time, just please help us to write some notes. That will be very helpful for the evaluation. And that's all. Thank you very much, and have a nice day.